Testing 1, 2, 3. Mr. Sebastian, can you hear us?
I can, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Regular meeting of the City of South Fulton City Council, April 25th, 4 p.m. This is the roll call for tonight's meeting. Your Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Corey A. Reeves, District 5. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown will be joining us later. And the Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And lastly, the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the Southwest Arts Center here in the city of South Fulton, Georgia. Thank you for attending our monthly city council meeting. We have some very exciting news, some very exciting things happening tonight. We're going to be announcing a new interim city manager, and we'll be introducing them to you. But first, this is Dance Week here at the Southwest Arts Center. Did you all enjoy the band out here? Could you give them a round of applause? They are some of our finest, some of our students. These are the students of Tri-Cities High School, my alma mater this month. And they will be performing again when we have a little intermission. We might go into a little executive session for a few minutes, and you'll get to enjoy them as well as our catering. I don't know if you all saw it, but over there in the kitchen area, we do have some food and some water for you this time so that you can wait in comfort. And it is being provided by Calvin's Finesse Catering this month. But this is Dance Month. If you all saw in the lobby, if you didn't, please, go back and visit. We have so many incredible events fusing dance with art, music, poetry, and the digital arts. So definitely come out. We have something nearly every night this week, including a new exhibit, Body Talk, which just opened up. I'm going to get the name from this program. It is original art by Shakara Marcus, so that will also be open and available to you at intermissions and all throughout the evening tonight. So thank you all so much for being with us. Some more folks are coming. We get started a little earlier, but thank you all so much for coming out. All right, Mr. Clerk, go ahead and sound the next item.
Next item on tonight's agenda is Roman numeral 5, approval of city council meeting minutes. Regular meeting minutes from March 28th, 2023. Work session minutes from April 11th, 2023. Alcohol zoning public hearing minutes from April 11th, 2023.
Point of order.
Chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for point of order.
We didn't do the Pledge of Allegiance, number 2. Or the invocation.
And we have the invocation, yes.
All right.
Okay. My apologies, Councilmember. I believe we have Pastor McKee here to provide the invocation for this evening.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor and Council, citizens of South Fulton. Let us go before the Lord in prayer. Lord, we just want to thank you today for our council and mayor and all the citizens of this great city of South Fulton. We come boldly before your throne today and ask that you cover us, cover all our departments at this time. A special prayer for our police department, our fire department, and our employees, and all the citizens of the South Fulton, Georgia. We claim to be blessed. Bless us, Lord, and we shall be blessed. We thank you for just giving our council and mayor the understanding of how to rule this city. We thank you for our citizen understanding how this city is ruled. And Lord, we just come before you telling you thank you, Lord. You've done such a great thing in this city, and you have built a wonderful city. And Lord, we thank you for it right now. And I myself just thank you for it right now. And it's in your name we pray. Let us stand for the pledges of allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
The next item was Roman numeral 5, approval of city council meeting minutes. Regular meeting minutes from March 28, 2023. Work session minutes from April 11, 2023. Alcohol zoning public hearing minutes from April 11, 2023. And the special call meeting minutes from April 11, 2023.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve city council meeting minutes as read.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right. My computer is dead, so I'm going to be looking for hands tonight until it is not. Seeing and hearing none, please call the vote.
It's a roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves?
Aye.
And Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
Those minutes were approved unanimously.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is Roman numeral 6. It's adoption of council agenda. And Mr. Mayor and Council, we have several items that I believe council members wish to add to the agenda.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to add resolution promoting administrative clarity, regulating events, amending resolution 2019-05 and for other lawful purposes, sponsored by Councilmember Williams-Brown, be added to the agenda. Second.
Okay, let us.
Can I amend my motion?
Sure.
Thank you. I would also like to add an ordinance declaring.
Oh, I'm sorry. Before you go to the second one, let me just.
One at a time?
Well, no, this is going to be item 26B. (26B) as in boy. All right, your next edition.
The next edition is an ordinance declaring a state of emergency in the city of South Fulton, providing for city meetings to be held virtually, providing for an effective date, and for other lawful purposes, sponsored by Councilmember Catherine Rowell.
All right. I'm actually going to make that 26B, and administrative clarity will be 26C. All right.
And lastly, a resolution authorizing the City of South Fulton, Georgia, to enter into a memorandum of understanding with its Electric LLC and for other lawful purposes, sponsored by Councilmember Reeves, but he's on the line.
Okay. I am looking. This is a.
And I have one more as well.
All right, this is going to be 22B under contracts, this MOA with its electric. All right, are you done, Councilman Pritchard?
Yes.
All right, Councilman Reeves.
All right, I move that we approve a resolution authorizing the City of South Fulton on behalf of the Fire Department to apply for a lead hazard control in healthy homes lead grant, and the amount of the grant is for $4,400,000, and for the U.S. Department of HUD and for other lawful purposes. I believe the matching funds is 10% of that.
Okay, so we're going to add that under contracts as 22C. And this is an application for a grant in the amount of,
yes, sir,
of $4 million. You said 4 point? No.
$4 million.
Was it $4 million even? Do we have the grant here?
The resolution.
$4,400,000.
Yeah, 4,400,000.
4.4 million, sir.
Okay, 4.4 million. And the matching funds from the city will be $440,000. I'm sorry, did you say the matching funds were 10% of the grant, Mr.?
Yes, sir.
And 10% or 15%? Where is this grant?
It should be on your desk.
No, I see it.
And the reason why we're walking it on is the grant is due on May 2nd, next Tuesday.
No, I understand. I was just looking for the amount of, that this document that you had provided does not have.
Point of order, Mayor. Why didn't this go through the city manager's office?
Hold on, I haven't recognized your point of order just yet. All right, funds are requested. All right, so I want to clarify. We're going to put these items on the agenda, but well, we're going to vote to put them on the agenda. But here it says the funds are requested in the amount of $150,000. Is this $150,000 per year from fiscal year 23 through 2027?
Yes, sir. So that would make it, you got 15% of the total matching funds for the grant.
All right, so Mr. Clerk, just note that this grant is requesting matching funds in the amount of $150,000 for 2023, 24, 25, 26, and 27 for the next 5 years. Are there any other additions? All right. There is a, I'm going to assume there is a, I'm not going to assume, the chair will entertain a motion for the addition of these items.
I had a point of order.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for her point of order.
And just for clarity, point of order, when I say point of order, stops everything. And my point of order is Did this go through the city manager's office? Because usually stuff like this has to go through the city manager and shit comes to us.
All right, so the question was, did I think the grant go through the city manager's office, but I just want to ask, we are adding, I would like to ask for each item. We'll start with the grant since that was what the point of order was for. Has this grant, have you reviewed this grant, City Manager Toms?
Yes, sir. I did meet with District 5 and went over it, and my understanding is they did check with the Finance Department.
All right, and this has been reviewed by legal as well, Attorney Hyman?
Yes, I looked at it today.
All right, and for finance, starting with this grant, do we know where these funds will be coming from? On our agenda, we always note which line item. We'll just note that approaching now is our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Karen Slayton-Dixon.
Yes. Mayor, Council, yes. Since there are no funds in our FY23 budget and all of the matching funds that were budgeted are all spent, I'm proposing it comes from the prior year. And then moving forward in FY24 budget, then we can actually budget that in the grants fund.
All right, Mr. Clerk, if you will note that. The same is question for the MOA with its electric and the administrative clarity ordinance. Have they gone through your office?
Yes, and they have those funds in their FY23 budget.
All right, and they have been reviewed by legal, Attorney Hyman?
Yes.
All right. All right, I will entertain a motion in a second to approve the agenda as amended.
A motion to.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Sebastian.
Are you calling for a point of order, Mr. Sebastian?
I'd like to, point of order, yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
We have something on the consent agenda, board appointment. I want us to pull it and put it on the regular agenda after executive session, please.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
The chair will entertain a substitute motion from Councilwoman Willis.
Substitute motion to approve the agenda as amended with the additions.
Is there a second for the substitute motion?
Second.
All right.
Second.
All right. Is there?
Rao.
We got you, Dr. Rao. And if you all have the hand raise feature, if you want to raise your hands, we have the screen up so we can see you that way as well. All right. Is there any discussion?
Discussion, Mr. Mayor.
The chair recognizes District 4 Councilman Sebastian.
All right, I just want to ask for some clarity from legal and maybe our city clerk as to the appointments. I believe it's item 8, if I'm reading it correctly, on Novus agenda about the board appointments, if that's for the Development Authority. And I just want to ask the question about, is this the only time that we are going to be able to make appointments to the Development Authority as council members?
I'll take it. Yeah, actually, Councilmember Sebastian, you can make additional appointments to the Development Authority at a later time if you so choose. This is appointing 7 of the available 8 positions. That leaves 1 position remaining unfilled.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. I have some discussion. First, I just want to note for council and staff that some of these items were presented in our Tuesday meeting. We have 1 week prior to this meeting an agenda planning meeting with myself, legal counsel, finance, and the city manager. And there are other people on the call as well at times. Some of these items were presented, some of them were not. And it would be helpful not only for myself, but for the edification of the public. I don't know that we have enough attachments to hand out to everyone. We just have to, the sooner we can lock in the agenda, the sooner we can publish it and folks can read it and study it. That is my first comment. And my next comment, I'm going to really start with a question. It is about this administrative clarity for city events. Acting City Manager Toms, on April 17th, about 8 days ago, I asked for a memo providing some administrative clarity on our current policy. Could you talk about where you are in the draft of that memo?
Point of order, Mayor.
The chair recognizes Councilman Willis for a point of order.
So the vote on the floor is for us to approve the agenda as amended, and we added an item around special events to the agenda. Would it be more appropriate for him to discuss that? Because that's not germane, what you're asking.
Actually, if you would allow me a few minutes of grace, I do believe that it is germane. If we get Mr. Tom's answer, I will make a follow-up comment, and then we can vote whatever the council's pleasure is.
Okay, point of order, I understand, I'm not being disrespectful, but we don't do what you believe. We do what's according to the rules that we adopted for the agenda. So if we can get clarity from the city attorney, if that question is more germane when we add with the topic we added, or is it germane to adopting this agenda? Because that's the motion on the floor, to adopt this agenda as amended.
Okay. Attorney Hyman?
As the chair, you actually make determinations on the point of order, but if my recollection is correct, there was motions to add the resolution for clarity of city events, the emergency virtual ordinance, and those were going to be either be 26B or 26C. And I think your question would relate, if I have the number correctly, to 26B, whichever the number, or 26C as it relates to that event. That's all I have on that.
All right. So again, Mr. Toms, could you just talk about the status of the memo that I requested?
Staff met last week after your request.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. If you could.
Yes, sir. Staff met last week, the appropriate staff, to go over not only those items, but also the entire process to see where we have needs for improvement. So it was a lengthy memo, so still trying to work out all the precise information to get back to you.
All right. So with that in mind, that I requested this memo, and this isn't an attack, but I requested this memo 8 days ago. Obviously, there is a lot to talk through and consider to get a handle around what our current policy is. And I believe that before we make any changes to the policy that we have, we should all be clear about what it is. I will also note that we are on the cusp of hopefully announcing a new interim city manager tonight. I think that it would be most prudent if the current interim and the new interim could meet with staff to discuss the process and make recommendations to council. It might even be something that we take up at a work session, I would not want to have a huge debate about something to which our city manager has not gone on record about, and our new city manager has not even had a chance to review. So my recommendation would be to, and I also think it's going to be contentious, and I want our new interim to have a good welcome to the city of South Fulton. So I would respectfully ask if we could approve the agenda as amended without item 26C.
My substitute motion stands.
And I will, I haven't relinquished the floor yet. And so when I relinquish the floor, I will, if the substitute motion fails, I would ask for someone to consider making that motion. All right, and with that, I yield. Is there any other comments, questions? All right, seeing and hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Yes, we have a motion by Councilmember Willis, seconded by Councilmember Rao, to approve the agenda as amended with the 4 items, resolution promoting administrative clarity, adding a lead hazard control in healthy homes grant application, resolution authorizing the enter into a memorandum of understanding with the electric, and lastly, an ordinance declaring a state of emergency in the city of South Fulton to provide for virtual meetings. It's a roll call vote. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums. Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
That motion was approved unanimously, 6-0.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor and Council, that brings us to proclamation presentations. First presentation for this evening is a proclamation presentation recognizing Princess Barge, which I believe Councilmember Rao was going to present.
This proclamation is presented on behalf of the entire council, and Linda Pritchett will be presenting on my behalf.
Okay, thank you.
Is Miss Barger, her family here? Please come on down, come on up.
This proclamation, presented on behalf of the City of South Fulton, whereas on January 5th, 2005, in Atlanta, Georgia, Bertha Fields Jones was blessed with a beautiful baby girl, Princess Barge, that has grown over the years to excel in numerous academic and social endeavors. And whereas Princess Barge, a senior at Westlake High School, has earned numerous awards and recognition during her matriculation at Westlake. A dual enrollment student, Princess has maintained her position on the honor roll and is listed amongst the top 25 students of Westlake's graduating class of over 450 students. Princess is a member of the 1,200 plus SAT Club and is the Westlake High School CTAE Career Technical Education and Agricultural Student of the Year. And whereas Princess's outstanding academic performance has garnered her numerous awards, including the Stellar Award for Academic Achievement, Quest Bridge National Finalist, Grady Memorial Hospital Team Experience and Leadership Program spokesperson, and Henry McNeil Turner High School Alumni Scholarship recipient. And whereas Princess has been offered over $2.7 million in scholarships from some of the top universities and colleges across the nation. Notable schools who have offered Princess a scholarship include Ohio University, Clemson University, Wingate University, Xavier University, Southern Illinois University, Penn State University, Lane College, University of Kentucky, University of Alabama, University of Georgia, Johns Hopkins University, and Vanderbilt University, where she was offered a full ride scholarship. Yeah, we can pause for that. Other schools such as Notre Dame and Northwestern University have invited her to apply with the possibility of awarding her additional scholarships. Now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and city council of the city of South Fulton acknowledge Princess Barge for her scholastic achievements and for being a trailblazer in setting an example for academic excellence, and does hereby proclaim with great honor Tuesday, April 25th, 2023 as Princess Barge Appreciation Day in the city of South Fulton, Georgia. Congratulations. Now, would you like to say something? You'll speak for her. Okay.
She is very, very modest, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity for you guys to even recognize her. It's not that other students haven't been doing so amazing, and we're so grateful for all of our students, but I'm her mama, and I'm so proud. And actually, her scholarships is now over $3.5 million. Yes. And so she's right now deciding between Rice University, Johns Hopkins, and Vanderbilt. So we've visited, and we'll be waiting to hear from her in a couple days, so she'll be announcing at her high school as well with our family. Thank you guys so much for everything. We so appreciate it. Please keep her and our family in prayer, as that's the best gift we can always have. Thank you.
Amen. Amen. We'll take a picture.
I just want to thank you for being an example of excellence in our community. We're going to slide over this way so we're not blocked by the TV. We can all be in the picture together. Ms. Barge, as you head to your seat, you guys can go ahead and head to your seat. We're going to hear a few comments from Dr. Rao.
I just want to congratulate Mrs. Barge. I'm sorry I could not be with you, Princess, but I had a car issue. And I want to thank Councilwoman Linda Pritchett for standing in my behalf. But again, the mayor said it best. Thanks for being an example of excellence in our community. And I'm just so very proud of you and your accomplishments, and looking forward to you giving back to your community. Thank you for being the best part of our city.
right, and if it pleases the council, we are going to hold the next proclamations until probably just before public comment. We want to give more time to those being honored to arrive. Is that all right with everyone? All right, we can get a little consensus on that. Thank you. All right, then, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, if I may take a point of privilege.
I'm sorry, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
I would like to say happy birthday to our councilwoman, Catherine Rao, whose birthday it is today. So happy birthday from me and everybody in the city of South Fulton. Yay!
Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Dr. Rao.
Thank you. I'll be joining you shortly.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
As mentioned, we're going to hold the next proclamation presentation. Item Roman numeral 8 is executive session number 1.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion to go into a hopefully brief executive session.
I move that we go into executive session 1 for personnel, real estate, and litigation.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All right, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao.
Mayor, I would like to do a reconsideration of my motion.
We are in the middle of a vote, but I will allow it. Go ahead, Councilwoman Willis.
So that we will not have the public waiting to make public comments. Can we hear public comments before we go into our executive session 1? So I move that we have public comments and then recess into executive session 1 for real estate.
Second.
Wait a minute, real estate, personnel, and litigation. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? All right, I have discussion. We have 2 executive sessions. Yes, there is one now and there is one at the end. I believe there may be only one truly exigent item for which we need to have discussion before we continue the meeting. So I'm hoping that we could limit our executive session to just that personnel item and then come back and get on with the business of the meeting, and then we can have an executive session. If the agenda is timed correctly, we should be through by 8 o'clock, 8:30, and then we can discuss the other items of litigation and real estate after we handle this brief executive session item. And I yield. All right, is there any further discussion? All right, we have a motion. Would you just repeat the motion?
Yeah, my understanding is Councilmember Willis is withdrawing her first motion, and the second motion is to allow public comment prior to the executive session, which will be for all 3 reasons: litigation, personnel, and real estate.
All right, hearing no further discussion, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves. Aye. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes.
And then Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
Yes.
That motion was approved unanimously.
All right, then please sound the next item. I just want to note we are amending the agenda twice now after it has been approved, but please sound the next item.
Per the motion, the next item will be public comment. We did receive a number of cards from citizens wishing to make public comment, and I will read the rules, but I will say in the beginning that to make public comment, you must be referencing an item that's on the agenda, and you must be a resident. And a number of these items reference an event that is not on today's agenda. So with that, the rules for public comment. Members of the general public wishing to make public comment at City of South Fulton City Council meetings must be residents of the City of South Fulton. Comments should be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Public comments should be limited to only those items appearing on the current City Council meeting agenda. Comments on issues, topics not appearing on the current City Council meeting agenda should not be allowed. Each speaker must complete and submit a request to speak form in its entirety prior to the beginning of the meeting. The person desiring to speak should rise, address the City Council, and when recognized, state their name, address, the agenda item which they are addressing, and the City Council district in which they reside. All remarks shall be addressed to the Council as a whole and not to any member. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments. Speakers may not use public comments to campaign for political office, either for themselves or on behalf of other candidates, for the purposes of limiting political influence on city employees and encouraging orderly and efficient meetings.
All right, before we begin, I have 2 points of order. The first point of order is that I believe we have added an item about city events 26C to the agenda. And as it states, as the current legislation states, we allow public comment on the amended agenda and not the agenda as published. That was actually one of my requests in the changing of the attempted amendment of the resolution was to allow public comment on the agenda as published, but the current law allows people to comment on the agenda as amended, and item 26C does govern city events. My second point of order is actually a question for our city attorney about that public comment resolution. I see that it is appearing again on the council agenda as a resolution, but per your conversation at the previous meeting, it needed to be an ordinance.
Mayor, for clarification, I received information from staff that there was an impression that 3-109, which was the ordinance, was seeking to be amended versus the previous resolution. I got together with the clerk's office to clarify that. So the previous resolution that outlines all the details about public comments is a resolution. It happened to your version cited the older version. There had been a predecessor to that. So that's what this is clearing up.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. It was okay last week to have it introduced as a resolution. The issue wasn't that it was a resolution.
As long as it was trying to do the previous resolution, that is correct.
Right, thank you. All right, and first, I would like to give the honor of public comment. We have an elected official in the audience whom I did not recognize earlier from District 1 on the north side of Fulton County, Commissioner Thorne. If you would approach and make your public comment. Push it up. There's a little delay. It should start now.
Okay. Hello, everybody. So good to meet you in person. I'll be brief. I am Commissioner Bridget Thorne. I'm from District 1. That's the far area opposite from here. It's up north. It includes the cities of Johns Creek, parts of Alpharetta, Roswell, and a little snippet of Sandy Springs. And I just wanted to introduce myself to you all because as an elected official for District 1, I represent all of Fulton County, and I figured I need to get to know the people of Fulton County. I want to build bridges, I want to unite us, and I want to do what's best for everybody in the county, and I thought it was important that I come down here and make efforts to get to meet all of you and understand what your wants and needs are of this community. So, greetings to everybody. I look forward to meeting you, and I look forward to working with you as well. Thank you.
You want to tell people how they could get in touch with your office?
Yes, you can. My Chief of Staff, Edward, is here. you can contact us. We have a phone. My email is Bridget. That's bridge, as in building bridges. Bridget with a T, .thorn with an E, at fultoncountyga.gov. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Thorne. And just after public comments, we will be headed into an intermission, so feel free to hang around for a few minutes in the lobby, stay out of that horrible North Fulton traffic, and just convene with some of our citizens while we're back in executive session. All right, Mr. Clerk, please go ahead and sound the first comments.
Yes, as I call your name, please approach one of the two microphones in each aisle. And again, state your name, address, district, and the item on the agenda which you are referencing. First three speakers are Jewel Johnson, Pamela Harris, Joyce Jones.
If everyone, as they approach the mic, would just not flick the switch, we're going to keep it on so you can just get started as soon as you
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Good afternoon. I'm Jewel Johnson, and I reside in District 1 at 4660 Orkney Lane. I'm here this evening because I want to talk about whether it's paper, styrofoam, or whatever. I am of the opinion that we must be very careful how we go after our businesses. We have been redlined for many years on this side. So I think it's very important that we try and work with our businesses and not put the pressure on them to do stuff that is going to impede their business. And the next thing I want to say, and I'm going to be very brief, I won't use my full 2 minutes, is that when it comes to virtual meetings, we should not have virtual meetings unless it is an emergency, whether it's a medical situation or what, because I am of the opinion when we continue on with these virtual meetings the way we have, that means that you are hiding something from your 100 supervisors that are supposed to be supervising you. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pamela Harris. I live in Montclair Estates. One of the items I'd like to speak about is an item that's been added, public events. I would almost imagine it's about the Easter egg hunt. I had a talk with Tori Tomlinson and was reminded that you all gave him a proclamation, which I thought that was wonderful. So it'll be interesting to see what how that conversation will go today. And also, I'd like to ask about the Old National sidewalks. This is pretty steep. What happened to the $4 million that was supposed to be transferred from unincorporated Fulton County when we became a city? It looks like $6 million, so if I'm looking at that right, I have some questions. And since you all like to answer our comments, maybe you'll answer some of those questions. And I also agree with Joel Johnson. We've been sequestered long enough. This city, we are your employers, and you work for us. And I really find it offensive that you all want to continuously have meetings among yourselves without including your constituents. That's all for now.
Good evening. I'm Joyce Jones. I'm at 1688 New Hope Road. And my comment is, I see you all are adding a $60,000 Ford Expedition 2U car roster. And I want to know, is this going to be added to the other line of cars that you all are putting in the in the carpool that's just sitting there, like the $250,000 car that for the police department, and the other cars that you all just buy, and other things that y'all buy that, like the mayor got $350,000 for lights that he's going to put up in the city, which we do not have a city. We don't have a police department. We don't have a city hall, where I think we all need to be putting some money in somewhere where we would actually have a city. That's one of my comments. And my other comments, I don't think we need to be sequestered, because we need to be able to ask our comments and see you all faces and hear what you all got to say, because you all get back in the back and y'all make deals and make comments and make whatever you all get into, sequester and do. But a lot of people don't go on the internet, they don't go on YouTube and all that. So I think we all need to be able to be in an auditorium where we can get more of the people to start coming out like we used to have, because we just hadn't gotten them started yet. But I'm sure we will be able to get more people, the community to start coming back out once they know that we have all of you here. Because like it was before, we used to have lots of people coming out to see. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Next speaker is Glenda Collins. Glenda Collins. Do not see Mrs. Collins. Mr. Mayor, I do have 5 additional cards here. 3 of the cards are referencing an Easter egg event, and 2 of them did not list the reason or the item that they wish to speak on. So Mrs. Shea, is it Pyron, and then Krishana Thomas Kemp. If you would, I have your cards here. If there's an item on the agenda that you wish to speak to, you're allowed to. Okay, you may come at this time.
As a resident of College Park for over 30+ years, I am here to address issues between the City Council and community members. To have non-violent events within the Old National Corridor is a feat that requires hours of resources and volunteers to organize and execute. Yet Tory Tomlinson has made personal sacrifices with or without an active business license to year after year successfully host and organize the giveaway of cars, clothes, money, food, valuable resources to the College Park community with his annual toy drives, Old Nat Day, and the Easter egg hunt. He also brought Stacey Abrams right here to Old National twice within the past year. It should not matter that Tory no longer resides in the city of College Park. His love for the community has enabled him to give back to the city where he grew up. I would think that his dedication and consistency in the community would be applauded and supported by the City Council, but instead it is mocked, ridiculed, and not only exploited as him stealing from children, but placed him and his family in danger by the public posting of his home address on Facebook. This is considered doxing, online shaming, intimidation, and illegal. The amount of money collected in vendor fees for the Easter egg event would not cover a case of eggs, yet Tory collected $13,000 to give away to the children, while the Dortch family provided countless lottery tickets and gift cards to give away to the adults, to making it an event for all ages to enjoy. The city should start to focus their energy, authority, and time on actually providing year-round activities and events for the community, instead of using their platform to slander someone whose efforts and events actually show the city in a better light. In the past year, I've been to at least 4 events held on Old National sponsored by Tory. Usually the news pertaining to College Park is about shootouts in the neighborhoods, cars and homes being broken into, drugs and guns. You would think that the council would want to support positive activities in the city, but that does not happen. Even when council members are invited out to attend community events, they do not show up. The purpose of the council is to make sound, unbiased decisions to improve the city and the lives of the community members. But instead, some sit on Facebook and next door all day and argue and bully their constituents that may have a different opinion than their own. Thank you.
What was your name? Your name? What was your name?
Shay Pyron.
Thank you. Just as a point of information, we are, and no disrespect to any of the commenters, we are in the city of South Fulton. It is confusing. We share 30349 zip code with College Park, but we are in the city of South Fulton, and you do need to be a city of South Fulton resident if you are going to speak, but go ahead.
Next speaker was Krishana Thomas Kemp. And please state your address, district, and the item that you will be referencing on the agenda.
My district is 5. My address is 5882 Three Lakes Drive, College Park, Georgia 30349. And I am coming in front of our city council because I'm tired of looking at all the different meetings and coming aboard amongst the shenanigans that's going on amongst our city council that's sitting on this platform. As I sit up here and I look at you all as people address their public issues, no one is actually paying attention. Some are fumbling, some are looking down, drinking, and it's not a concern to you all because it's not personally reflecting you, but it's reflecting our children. Adult shenanigans need to stay amongst adults. It has nothing to do with children. And as far as this 26C and the children, that the Easter egg hunt, it was plenty. And when I say thousands of kids that was out there crying about an Easter egg hunt, and the only thing you had to do was come out there and look. Was any one of you out there? I don't think so. And to represent the city of Fulton, South Fulton County, I think you would need to be able to put in at least 25 years or more, or state that you graduated from some of these schools that take place in South Fulton. I don't think anybody up there on the platform can state that. It's a disappointment for you all to sit up there and deny children activities. We don't have that much going on. You got kids that's in middle school that can't play football, but yet and still, those are the ages where they're developing their personality. They're developing to become young men and young women to represent the city of South Fulton in order to sit on the same platform that you all are sitting. We want to set for positive attitudes. We want to make better for our kids. As a mother, how can you sit there and explain to your child, oh, we're not having an Easter egg hunt at a public park, but it's barricaded with the police because children can't go out and have a public Easter egg hunt when the proper protocol was done and it was still ignored. It was stated that it had to be canceled due to inclement weather. And it didn't rain.
Next 3 speakers are Tiffany Tomlinson, Dee Dee Wales, Glenda Brewer. Again, you have to live in the city of South Fulton. Please state your address, the district that you reside in, and the item you will be referencing on the agenda. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Glenda Brewer. I live in South Fulton at 235 Marklev Court, College Park, Georgia. My issue is with the park. As a citizen of South Fulton, I'm very active. I've adopted Career Road. But my concern is y'all want us to vote for y'all and support y'all, but y'all do not support us. Thank you. I have reached out to South Fulton website for different issues, from tossing trash to going to play tennis in the park. I cannot get in, again, a public park to play tennis. And when I'm up there, I'm ran out because of private events. I don't understand why, as a citizen, that I can't go in my parks. And then when I reach out to the people that's over the parks, they do not return my phone calls. They do not answer my email. I can't get any answers. So I would like for someone to tell me, what is it that we're doing wrong? Where is the community as to build each other up and to support black men who are trying to do something positive? Because we have enough issues on the news every single day about our black men getting killed, getting a bad reputation for doing just offer events. And then you have someone that is trying to do something positive as give kids a fun day in the park. You have someone like myself that wants to go out and work out to stay active, and I can't do these things. Who is it that we need to talk to build that bridge to bring us together and stop standing on our necks beating us down in our own community? That's my concern. And I'm not going to stop talking until I find a solution to this problem, because we have a problem. We talk about love each other, support each other, Black Lives Matter. Who's Black Lives Matter?
Ms. Brewer,
Okay.
you don't have to stop talking, period, but you do have to stop talking just right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. When you hear that buzzer, everyone, that's your time. Thank you.
That completes our public comment for this evening.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Yes, the previous motion was to go into executive session for litigation, real estate, and personnel.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be adjourning to executive session. I hope that we are not back there too long, but in the meantime, please enjoy the wonderful sounds of the Tri-Cities High School Jazz Band. I did graduate from Fulton County Schools, and that is my alma mater. And we also have some wonderful food being served by Calvin's Finesse Catering, as a former City of South Fulton resident, and enjoy the art and everything, and take time to get to know Commissioner Thorne and our different department heads while we convene back to stage. Thank you. Yeah, we can use the queue. My laptop for some reason is not powering on, but if you put it on the screen, Clerk Adams.
Yeah. Mine is fine, but she can't. She don't remember her password.
Yeah, let me. Yeah, that's right.
I think I might know. Hold on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, did you enjoy the refreshments and that incredible band? Could we give a round of applause for TCHS? This is jazz band under the direction of Dr. Tariq Rowland. Thank you so much for appearing today. I will entertain a motion to adjourn executive session.
I make a motion to reconvene from executive session.
Second.
Were there any items that we?
Yeah, no, we'll do that in our discussion. Clerk Adams, were there any items for which we need to make a public vote now?
Yes, there is a item listed on the agenda that requires a public vote.
All right, thank you. We will take that vote in just a minute. Seeing no other discussion, please call the vote.
It's roll call vote to reconvene. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian? Councilmember Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown? May not be there. Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
We are reconvened at 5:53 p.m.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to announce my nomination for our next interim city manager, Ms. Sharon Subadan. Mr. Clerk, would you please read Ms. Subadan's bio for the edification of our audience?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor and members of council, it's my pleasure to introduce and recite the bio for Ms. Sharon D. Subadan, who is the CEO of Karen Solutions, LLC. Ms. Subadan is recognized as a highly skilled, dynamic senior executive. Ms. Subadan has a proven track record of building and leading effective teams, delivering effective results, and implementing fiscally responsible budgets. She is a results-oriented management consultant specializing in organizational development, operational and fiscal effectiveness, public-private partnerships, multi-sector collaboration, business development, and strategic planning. As the CEO of Karen Solutions, LLC, she focuses on solving challenges by guiding clients to solutions and providing a clear path to success. She is dedicated to serving governments, private businesses, and leaders who need supportive advice and services. Ms. Subadan's career as a public administrator spans over 31 years, with a wealth of knowledge and experience with Miami-Dade County, Florida, Montgomery County, Maryland, Hillsborough County, Tampa, Florida, City of Albany, and Douglas County, Georgia. Her government leadership roles have been with budgets exceeding $4.4 billion, employee counts of more than 4,200, and populations up to 1.4 million residents, with a record of achievement that shows groundbreaking advancement of progressive improvement initiatives. She is a board member of the National Forum for Black Public Administrators. Additionally, she served as Georgia City County Management Association board member and on Georgia Municipal Association committees. Ms. Subadan has a master's degree from the George Washington University and a bachelor's degree from Trinity International University. She is a Harvard Kennedy School of Senior Executive and State and Local Government program graduate. In addition, she is an International City County Management Association credentialed manager, a certified public manager, a Lean Six Sigma black belt, and certified emotional intelligence trainer who is passionate about public servant leadership. Mr. Mayor and Council, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Ms. Sharon Subadan.
And with that, I will entertain a motion to confirm my nomination.
I move that we confirm the nomination for city manager for Ms. Subadan.
I would like to read the resolution into the record for the vote. This is a request for a council approval of a resolution to approve a 6-month contract for interim city manager services with Sharon Subadan in the amount not to exceed $107,500.02.
I move that we accept or adopt the resolution as presented.
So move. It has been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
It's a roll call vote. Councilmember.
I'm sorry, there is discussion. Councilwoman Willis.
I received several calls from my constituents inquiring about this, and I just want to let my constituents know that this is not an appointment per the charter. The mayor has to nominate, and then the city council has to confirm by supermajority his nomination. So there was no appointment, and there is not an appointment this evening. This is a nomination, and then we will vote on the nomination. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
It's a roll call vote. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown. She indicated yes in the chat. Thank you. Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
That motion was approved unanimously.
All right. I would like to thank council for this unanimous confirmation. And Ms. Subadan, if you would join us on stage, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Sharon Subadan. I'm sorry, we do have one more. We have one more. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The next agreement is a request council approval of a professional services agreement with Karen Solutions LLC for city manager staffing services in an amount not to exceed $124,999.98.
The chair will entertain a motion to approve the second contract.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. I'm sorry, go ahead, Dr. Rao.
Just clarification for benefit of the public that this is for supplemental support services as needed.
Further clarification, Mayor. May I be recognized?
Councilwoman Willis.
Further clarification for the benefit of the public. This is a 6-month contract. This allows the city council and mayor time for us to do a national search for a permanent manager. And so this recommended, Ms. Subadan has come highly recommended from our support organization called Georgia Municipal Association. And this will be a 6-month contract to allow time for us to do a national search for a permanent city manager. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
It's a roll call vote to approve the professional services agreement. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
All
That
right.
item was approved unanimously.
All right, thank you. Ms. Subadan, would you please come forward and let at least our constituents see who their new interim city manager is? All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item. Oh, are you speaking, Ms. Subadan? Yes, please say a few words. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to serve the citizens, the staff, and to serve you in this role for the next 6 months. My goal is to help you to serve the citizens in the most effective way possible. And to the citizens, I look forward to working with you. I look forward to working with the team, the staff, in delivering services that help you to live your best lives in the city of South Fulton. And so I am here to serve. I'm not here to take away, I'm here to add. So I look forward to working with you cooperatively and in full strength to help move the city of South Fulton forward. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I believe our recipients for the proclamation presentation are here, and we have a proclamation presentation recognizing Arlington Girl Scout Troop 3802, and Councilmember Reeves and council are asked to present.
All right, young ladies, y'all can all come on up to the stage. And we would also like to thank their parents, who are the rock stars and getting their children to our facilities each and every week and time that they have to come and present and come and do some work in our city, and volunteer work. Future leaders and entrepreneurs here. Yes, indeed. Let's go, Lynn. All right. Leaders. So I just want to thank this group for coming out and doing all that they do for the city of South Fulton. They're going to work well with our new restructured environmental committee, thanks to their water quality testing, and they also have passed the state exam. And so I just want to read into this record a proclamation from the City Council, Mayor and City Council, to the Arlington Girls Troop. Whereas Girl Scouts of the United States of America began in 1912 when Savannah, Georgia native Juliet Daisy Gordon Lowe gathered 18 girls to provide them the opportunity to develop physically, mentally, and spiritually. And whereas for 111 years, Girl Scouting has helped build millions of girls and women of courage, confidence, and character who act to make the world a better place. And whereas today more than 50 million American women are Girl Scout alumni, 3.3 million girls and adult volunteers are active members, and Girl Scouts is the largest member of the World Association of Girl Scouts and Girl Scouts, a global movement comprised of more than 10 million girls in 145 countries worldwide. And whereas the award-winning Girl Scout Leadership Program helps girls discover themselves and their values, connect with others, and take action to make the world a better place. And whereas core programs around science, technology, engineering, and math, STEM, environmental stewardship, healthy living, financial literacy, and global citizenship help girls develop a solid foundation to leadership, and whereas 34 girls from Girl Scout Troop 3802, that's Girl Scout 3802, hashtag 3802 now, all right, of Shannon Service Unit 708, who are led by their dedicated adult volunteers, Tawana Tucker-Coley and Tanjar Jones, are proud to be a part of the Girl Scout tradition in our community, and whereas through dedication, time, talent, abilities, and areas of expertise, Girl Scout Troop 3802 of Shannon Service Unit 708 has sponsored many beneficial service projects and activities supporting the city of South Fulton, District 5 families, our neighborhoods, and numerous other communities and national charitable organizations and projects. And whereas the Girl Scouts program continues to evolve to address the changing societal challenges faced by our community through innovative programs such as Adopt a Stream and earning their water certificate license to clean up Burdette Creek, painting concrete barriers to stop illegal dumping throughout the city of South Fulton, and using their cookie and fall fundraiser profits to create Thanksgiving boxes that are distributed throughout the community to our seniors and families in need. Now for there be resolved that the mayor and city council applaud Girl Scout Troop 3802 of Shannon Service Unit 708 for their leadership and expertise as their voice for and girls for providing the local support for Girl Scouting in our community, and do hereby proclaim Tuesday, April 25th, 2023 as Girl Scout Troop 3802 of Shannon Service Unit 708 Appreciation Day in the city of South Fulton.
Well, thank you very much, Councilman Reese, but we have a little something for you as well.
Good evening, and thank you, Councilman Reeves, for recognizing Girl Scout Troop 3802 for our work in District 5 in the city of South Fulton.
At this time, we would like to recognize you, Councilman Reeves. This year, Girl Scout Troop 3802 submitted your name to Girl Scouts of Greater Atlanta to be nominated for the Extra Mile Certificate, which is given to non-members of Girl Scouts who go the extra mile.
Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to work with our Girl Scouts to create life-changing and lifelong commitments to help us beautify the city of South Fulton and provide for the residents of District 5. We appreciate you and everything you do for us and the community. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm not really, used to getting gifts, so, so I just thank you. I appreciate it. Anytime. Did y'all want to say?
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. That brings us to consent agenda, Roman numeral 12. I did skip over there.
We are at council comments. All right, District 1, Dr. Rao.
I want to thank everybody out who came out for the Earth Day activities in District 1. We had several of them, to include a Cascade cleanup, the Camelton Nature Preserve Planning Project, and an awesome cleanup led by the Barrington Trace HOA. So last Saturday was a very busy day in District 1, and I want to thank all the volunteers who committed to making our city and our district beautiful.
Good evening, everyone. First, I would like to send a special shout out to Georgia's youngest certified farmer, Kendall Ray, for her partnership with the city to host an amazing inaugural Earth Day parade and event. It was super exciting seeing the community actually come together. The parade was beautiful. Just the whole day was wonderful. So I would like to thank also the mayor and council for their participation as well. On April the 17th, of course, as I had mentioned before, in March we hosted, we actually passed a resolution, being the first in the state of Georgia to pass the Black Maternal Health Resolution. On April the 17th, I hosted an informative question and answer regarding Black maternal health with Dr. Angela Marshall. It was actually very, very informative. We had a lot of young women on there learning more about Black maternal health. So we look forward to having more of those conversations, courageous conversations, as we discover more resources here in the city of South Fulton. Also, too, on April the 20th, I attended the 2023 Westlake Dance Concert where I presented a proclamation honoring our Fulton County school dance coaches, Ray Ranson Coleman and Sophia Long Walter and Toshia Jackson. The Westlake Dance Team are our 2023 state champions, made up of young, dedicated dancers who commit a minimum of 7 to 10 hours a week practicing, and in addition, 9 to 15 hours a week giving back to our community by performing community service. And they are also in the top 10% of their class, so I was excited about that. Also, too, I want to tell you that next month we will be starting our HOA tour for the district. Brandon and I will be visiting several HOA communities and listening to and addressing any concerns that the residents may have, just having more of an intimate conversation. So if you would like to set up those meetings, please feel free to contact my office and also Brandon. And I think this is, wait a minute, I got 2 more. Next month, I will be also touring the DeKalb County landfill with Root Local to learn more about the impacts of plastic and how biodegradables work into our land. I will invite all of my colleagues who I think we need a field trip, but I am looking forward to them also attending. And I do want to give Councilwoman Willis a shout out. Actually, I attended a very positive event, the Stop the Violence rally at Welcome All Park. That was actually very well attended, and it was good to see, again, the community out. We had a very, very outstanding weekend here in the city of South Fulton, so I do want to say good job on that. Lastly, just to stay informed, please feel free to follow my newsletters where you will receive district updates, and you know where to find me on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, I think. Oh, we're not on TikTok? I thought I was on TikTok. But either way, I'm here to answer any questions for the residents here in the city of South Fulton. Thank you. Good night.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for coming out. I want to start by saying, yes, I am a proud Savannaian that was recruited here over 23 years ago by my husband to live, work, and play, and now govern in an area that his family has been paying property taxes since 1977. We are a family of 1983 Lakeshore graduate, a 2008 Westlake graduate, our son, who now owns a home and pays property taxes in District 7. We also are a proud parent of a 2017 Hateville Charter School graduate. And I say all that to say we have deep roots, my family, here in the city of South Fulton. And although I would like to go back to Savannah and do a lot of things in Savannah, but this role keeps me very busy. I don't just show up to my homecoming and get in photo ops and walk around with red cups in my hand. I actually pay alumni dues, and I'm a member of the Savannah State University chapter here. The accusation that this council in any way canceled an Easter egg hunt is untrue. The Easter egg hunt was canceled by the park director. He has explained that over and over again because it was unsanctioned. I know that media is waiting to interview me, but also please speak with Mr. Tenard Turner, the park director. I am looking forward to discussing item 26C so we could talk about the process. And yes, we did have a very good event that was sanctioned at Walkmall Park last Sunday, well attended. It was a partnership between the park division, Change for Links, a resident of District 5, and also my office. And it was a Stop the Violence rally. We started planning that event in January. And we made sure all the proper protocol was followed. So I want to thank everybody who came out and was a part of that event. We had people from all over the city that attended. I met people from District 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, and 3. And we plan to do it again. On next Saturday, April 29th, I am proud that we will be having our grand opening for District 3 Police Precinct. It's been a long time coming for the residents in the area, but that precinct will not only serve District 3, that precinct will serve District 3, 5, 6, and 7, because the patrol unit will be running out of that precinct. So please come out. The grand opening and ribbon cutting will start at 9 a.m. and end at 11. Also in District 3, there will be a tennis court roundup from 10 to 3 p.m. at the South Fulton Tennis Center. There will be vendors, and a Park and Recreation Division would love to see you there. Also in District 3, there will be the start of the Marquise Grissom Baseball Association. That will be their kickoff baseball game, and they will have food trucks and festivities out there to start the baseball season. And that will start at 12 p.m. at Walkmall Park. So we have a lot going on in District 3 next weekend. Some of the events overlap, and I hope we can do better about that. Staff stop planning stuff at the same time, so we don't have staff pulled every which way, but here it is. We have 3 events, and I just say to the residents, we all up here working hard, and we do care and love the kids. It was unfortunate that the kids got caught up in the debacle, but we are going to discuss 26C. Mr. Toms, who's the interim city manager, has shared, and we have all 30 emails that transpired about that event. I'm sure there were open record requests, but you would not find one open record request with any council member directing the city manager or the park director to cancel that event or to tell Chief Meadows not to secure that event. That decision was made by the leaders in operation. So I'm looking forward to clearing up that false narrative and us getting the facts out and us talking about how the process works, how we can improve upon the process, and what went wrong. But I refute any accusation that any one of us on this body, any council member, requested for that event to be canceled. Thank you.
District 4, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank everyone for coming out 2 Saturdays ago at our second annual Autism Sensory Festival that was held at Wilkerson Mill Park. You know, we had people coming from all over Metro Atlanta, including as far away as Lithonia, Alpharetta, Logansville, Milledgeville, Noonan, and our surrounding cities, and of course, folks from District 4. It was held at Wilkerson Mill Park, and I just want to recognize Autism branches for their continuous work in that space. And I'm looking forward to continuing to hosting this festival on an annual basis, whether it's in District 4 or somewhere else within our city. Also want to thank the folks who turned out last Saturday for the District 4 cleanup of Cedar Grove Park. I know the Girl Scouts were there this evening. Thank you, Councilmember Reeves, for lending me that troop. I did not know they were from that area until I met them on Saturday. And I want to thank the community partners who assisted with that effort as well, including CSX, Keep South Fulton Beautiful, to name a few others. Just want to thank people like Representative Lydia Glaze for coming out, and former Mayor Edwards, who's a resident of District 4, for also showing up and assisting. Looking forward this Saturday for hosting our second annual Fire and Ice fire education program. That was one of the more popular events last year in District 4. So I'm looking forward to doing that again, and I encourage people to come out and get their education surrounding fire safety. And we had one case a year ago with a 13-year-old who attended that particular program last year, was able to save his family when their house caught fire a few weeks later, on Father's Day, I believe. And he was able to not only get his family out, but to subsequently go back in the home and put the fire out while our fire department was underway. So I encourage the community to come out, from whether you're from District 4 or anywhere else in the city. You want to come by and learn from our men and women about how to not only make your surroundings safe, but just in case something happens, you know, what are some of the things that you can do to save yourselves or your family member and property? All right. Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank you for working with us throughout the process for getting our interim city manager on board. Right. I want to thank you for working with our subcommittee and staff through that process until we're at this point. All right. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
District 5, Councilman Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. And to Councilmember Sebastian, to you, Councilmember Gums, and to the mayor for y'all having this committee, and with Interim City Manager Don Toms to get this situation handled in a nice, peaceful manner, quickly, and for bringing us back a great selection. So kudos to y'all hard work on that. Yes, join our call each and every Monday night. We do come from 6:30 to 7:30. You can find more information at district5mewe.org. As this coming up Monday, May 1st, we will be having our sanitation town hall at Harold's Chicken and Ice Bar on Old National Highway at Commons Plaza. That will be in person, so we're taking our call in person. There will not be a call live, but we will be live in person at Harold's Chicken and Ice Bar. And stay for the after party, because we do turn 6, as that is our birthday, and I love birthdays. And again, happy birthday, Dr. Rowell. And so, yes, and also too, sign up. We are having, the Parks and Recreation is having midnight basketball come to Burdette. And so go ahead and sign up for your teams now. First games will be coming up on June 2nd. And so you all have to May 21st to sign up. The age groups is from 17 to 28. So please, for those people who say they have nothing to do, this is coming here for you, something for our youth to have, to come together in a nice, peaceful manner, as we will be playing games at midnight. And so also too on May 1st, we will be having a shredding event. So please bring all your secure documents, come get it shredded for free. And this Friday, we'll be giving away trees to celebrate National Arbor Day. All right, ladies, and that will be at Burdette Field. And please join us and find all this information out at District 5 MeWe.org. Again, District 5 MeWe.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Reeves. District 6, Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes, thank you for recognizing me, Mayor. I have no comments.
All right, District 7, Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank everyone that came out last Monday for our HOA boot camp, where we learned about covenants, we learned about participating in your HOA, that it's a nonprofit organization, understanding how to be able to request documents, and how important it is to have community participation. So I'd like to thank Attorney Marvin Arrington, who taught that class and gave us a lot of information, a lot of wisdom, and we will be doing that again very soon. Also, I'd like to thank everyone who came out last Saturday for Coffee with a Cop. We had several of our leadership in law enforcement that talked to us about what's going on in our communities, how to have a safe community, how to establish community crime watch programs. And basically, it was an informal way to have conversations with the people that protect us. And on that note, yesterday, as I was driving down Jonesboro Road, I saw a lot of police, a lot of lights, a lot of cars waiting, and as I parked and walked towards the situation, it was a fatal car crash. It was a head-on collision on Jonesboro Road, also known as State Highway 138. I was really saddened to know that someone died on that road. And this is the second fatality in District 7, I believe, in a car crash in just 1 week. I would like to ask everyone in our city to be mindful of how you drive. Realize that you are not on the road by yourself. There are others affected. There's always one person that may initiate. It may be a bunch of different cars, but ultimately people who are just trying to get from one destination to another get hurt and sometimes die. And that's not right. And I believe that as much as I have worked along with our traffic unit, our police chief Meadows, who has assisted me in putting traffic calming devices, even Public Works, in putting a traffic light at a dangerous intersection. What would actually alleviate this problem is if you govern yourselves accordingly and stop going so fast. I drive fast cars, but I don't drive fast anymore because I see people get run off the road. Actually, on our March 28th council meeting, I was ran off the road by a truck, and our police chief had to come get me so that I would be here on time. As I was driving on Highway 138 this morning, cars are trying to get me out the way. And I can drive faster than them because I have a faster performing vehicle. But it's really not that serious. And lives are at stake. So I'm urging you and I'm pleading with you. If you drive on Highway 138 or any highway in South Fulton or even in the state of Georgia, consider other people. The Bible says consider your ways. And if your ways lead to somebody's death, shame on you. Or if your ways lead to someone getting in a car wreck, shame on you. So I'm asking you and I'm pleading with you because it'll save lives. So let's just be mindful of these things. And actually, I'd like to ask for a moment of silence for those people that lose their lives on the road. Because I know that their families expect them to come home. I had to see a box of diapers on the road. There were children in one of those trucks. And it was a horrific sight. So I'd like to ask for a moment of silence to remember those people. And I thank you that by your efforts you will help to bring peace and safety into our city.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Pritchard. We have so many amazing things happening all over our city, including tonight with the dawn of a new age. The First Dog and I attend as many events as we can all over the city, including in the last 2 weeks, or we went to 5 events the day of the infamous Easter egg hunt, including the city's Easter egg hunt in District 1, the Coleman Classic at Westlake High School in District 2, the Miracle League game. We threw out the first pitch and the young people got to meet Zion in District 3, the Autism Sensory Festival in District 4, which was just incredible. I want to just give a special shout out to Councilman Sebastian and Autism Speaks. It is a disease that has ravaged our community in silence for so many years, but there are so many incredible resources inside our city, our people, helping our people deal with this challenge of people who are simply differently abled. We were fortunate enough to go Instagram and Facebook Live and interview all of those incredible vendors. So please check us out at khalidcaresusa.com to hear about all of the incredible services that are available. And then finally, the incredible Earth Day with Miss Kendall Ray, who is the daughter of one of my high school classmates. So Ms. Kendall Ray Johnson, thank you, and her mom, Ursula Johnson, thank you for Mr. Johnson for all of the amazing work that you do. And I want to thank each of my colleagues on council by name, Dr. Rao, Councilwoman Gums, Councilwoman Willis, Councilman Sebastian, Councilman Reeves, Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown, and Councilwoman Linda B. Pritchard. We have not been to an event yet, Zion and I, but we're gonna make the next one. We missed the coffee with the cop, but we are on our way. But I wanna thank all of you for any part that you played in making all of these amazing events happen all across our city. There are so many incredible events to attend. You can follow as many of them as I get. I will send out in text blasts as I did those events, and you can follow Zion and I's adventures by texting the word Fulton to 33777. If you text Fulton to 33777, we'll let you know about as many of those events as possible and where you can catch us at. And then if you fill out that text blast, you've already received all of our social media. You can find me on Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, Mastodon, and Facebook at Khalid Cares USA, and you can find the first dog, Zion, at Zion Sun, S-U-N _ on Instagram and TikTok. Thank you all so much. South Fulton forever. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
I think that brings us to item 12, which is the consent agenda.
The chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums. Yes. Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian. Councilmember Sebastian. Councilmember Reeves.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion was approved unanimously.
All right, and I'm so sorry to work this backwards, but just a point of information. I did not see the plats in the actual agenda packet. Are these different, where there's usually like maps and diagrams of all of the...
Yes, they should have been in there, and I can let you know.
All right, I will look again.
They're in there.
They're in there? Okay, are you looking? Okay, I downloaded a version today from somewhere and I didn't see them. Thank you. Please sound the next item.
That brings us to the agenda items. Item 14, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. This is the second read and request council approval of an ordinance to amend Title VII, Parks and Recreation of the Code of Ordinances, City of South Fulton, Georgia, to add Chapter 9 Youth Commission and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by the full City Council.
All right. The chair will entertain a motion to approve.
I move that we approve the Park and Recreation Cultural. Before I make a motion, Mayor, I want to ask you a question. This isn't going on the Parks and Rec. This is the Youth Commission.
Right.
Is this a citywide youth commission or a? Okay, I don't know how this is the second read, and I remember making comments about how it was going to comport with our adult parks commission.
Yeah.
So
I just want to make that for clarification.
Yes.
Is that okay? Okay. Because you have it on the Parks and Rec.
Right.
I want to go ahead and motion to approve it, but I just want to, for clarification, I just want to make sure that you are aware that this isn't going on the Parks and Rec. Okay. This is the citywide.
Is it okay, thank you. Just a point of clarification. Is it under the Parks and Recreation Code of Ordinances?
No. This is the City Council Youth Commission that we are pulling together. I guess Councilmember Gums and I will work together with the clerk's office on how we initially organize it. And we'll be happy to work with your office as well. But this is the City Council Youth Commission.
Okay, Attorney Hyman or McClendon, because I know that you might have been out, but I think you were here when we did the first read. This ordinance, well, this title reads and has read for the past 2 months, approval of an ordinance to amend Title VII, Parks and Recreation of the Code of Ordinance, City of South Fulton, to add Chapter 9 Youth Commission.
So, Mayor, let's do this for time. We're going to just pull it because you don't have to vote on the second read. We can just bring it back and clear this up if you don't mind.
If I did have the floor, Councilwoman Willis, and I just wanted to ask our city attorney if that is the right section of the code. The confusion may have come out of the section of the code that was amended, and I'm just asking for you to opine whether we need to look at that.
Just have to get with the particular attorney that drafted this to let you know exactly their thinking in terms of which section of our ordinance to put it under.
All right, thank you. All right, I will entertain a new motion.
I will entertain a motion. Well, I move that we pull this and bring it back next city council meeting for a vote.
Okay, and that is did we have a motion in a second already?
No, it's just a motion. But
Okay, all right. It's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Clerk, please call that vote.
It's a roll call vote to hold this item and bring it back to the next meeting. Roll call vote, Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Was that correct? Okay. Councilmember Gomes? Yes. Councilmember Willis? Yes. Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
That item was approved unanimously to hold.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Next item is item 15, request council approval and adoption of the final Parks Master Plan as presented by Perez Planning and Design, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs.
I move that we approve adoption of the final Parks Master Plan as presented by Perez Planning and Design.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Is there a second? Second. It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Councilwoman Willis.
I'm not going to hold this up, but we did give direction for the park director to meet with us one final time before we approved this, and that never happened. So, but I don't want to hold this up because we do need to move forward, but I just want to put that on record that that was a request made in a work session, and that never happened.
All right. Assistant City Manager Don Toms, do you want to just speak to that? That falls under your purview.
If you go ahead and pass it now, if there's any pieces that need some tweaking, because I think there's still a component of funding it.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Any further discussion? All right. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
It's roll call vote to approve. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes? Yes. Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Sebastian?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown? Yes in the chat.
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
That item was approved unanimously.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item under contracts and purchases. Item 16, request of council approval to enter into a 7-year lease purchase via sole source contract from Stryker Medical in the amount of $144,374.68 for defibrillators and Lucas devices at a total cost of $802,639.32. Funds available for the first annual payment in the fire capital budget. Fire.
I approve that we enter into a 7-year lease purchase with Stryker Medical in the amount of $144,374.68 for defibrillators and Lucas devices at a total cost of $802,639.32. Funds are available for the first annual payment in the fire capital budget.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? I would like to if it is all right, Acting City Manager Don Toms, if we could have Mr. Jones come down. I believe these are the first defibrillators that we have purchased in quite some time.
Is this okay? Good evening, Mayor and Council. Chad Jones, Fire Chief. Yes, in our analysis of our EMS, our defibrillators, we'd already had a contract with Stryker. Our defibrillators are so old, the software they couldn't update. So we've worked with them and procurement. So we're purchasing 15 defibrillators. So they'll be spread around the city plus in training. The Lucas devices we do not have. Lucas devices are what perform CPR. So they'll be on our rescues when we get them to provide life-saving. And so this contract includes all of the maintenance, all of the repairs and everything for the duration of the contract.
Thank you. In the face of such a disparity in access to health care, thank you for helping us build a more resilient emergency response unit. there any further questions or comments? All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the vote.
It's a roll call vote to approve. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums? Yes. Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
Thank you. That is approved unanimously.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 17, request council approval of the City of South Fulton to enter into a contract with Pariani Real Estate LLC to renovate the Sandtown Recreation Center, utilizing the state contract in the amount of $746,728.22, funded from the Public Works Capital Fund.
I move that we approve the recommendation for Pariani Real Estate LLC to renovate the Sandtown Recreation Center using the state contract in the amount of $7,467,728.22. And we also approved the renovation of the Jackson Music Store for the Police Department evidence storage in the amount of $468,524 funded from the Police Department Capital Fund, both to be under the Public Works.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, please, any discussion? All right, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
So this is a motion to approve for items 16 and 17.
17 and 18.
I'm sorry, 17 and 18 with Pariani Real Estate LLC. Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
Those items were approved unanimously.
All right, thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
That brings us to item 19, request council approval for the City of South Fulton to enter into a contract with Management Advisory Group to complete a pay classification and compensation study at a proposed cost of $34,900 to be funded from the Human Resources Professional Service line.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve requests for City Council to enter into a contract with Management Advisory Group to complete a pay and classification study. In addition, I would also like to motion that we approve City Council for permission for the city manager to enter into negotiations with Omega 14 for the purpose of concert promotion services annual contract. In addition, I would also like to approve, motion that we approve to purchase one large pool vehicle for 2023 for the expedition to accommodate employees and encourage carpooling in the amount of $60,000. So that vehicle is for employees. In addition, that's it.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, I do have discussion about the pay and class study. Acting City Manager Toms, when will we have the results back from that study?
So according to the proposal, they have indicated that it is a 5-month timeline for completion. And in case the name sounds familiar, they were the group selected to do the 2018-2019 pay and class study for the City of South Fulton. So they have some of that information. They do have offices in 5 different states, so it's a very comprehensive study, but they did indicate 5 months, and we did ask them to start with the fire department.
All right, I thought that that was the case. I'm slightly concerned because that will be after we have approved, or right around the time we are approving our May, June, July, August, September, right around the time we're, maybe right in time for our budget, but not in time for, the retreat where we get to work out those details. We had talked about this some months ago, when I wrote this resolution to raise the minimum wage to $20 an hour, and I think that's going to be part of the study. Just out of curiosity, why did it take so long to get to our agenda?
In addition to the pay and class study, the HR department has already started moving in that $20 an hour directive, and I could speak to the entire council at a different time on that perspective. But they have already moved in that direction.
All right. All right. Well, seeing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
So motion to approve items 19, 20, and 21 together. One vote. Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves?
We have to vote on all three items as one.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the motion, yes.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown?
Yes.
And Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
Those items were approved unanimously.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 22. It's the first read of an ordinance to amend Title I Administration, Chapter 9 Purchasing, Contracting, and Disposition of Property of the Code of Ordinances, City of South Fulton, Georgia, to modify the city manager's purchasing authority and for the lawful purposes. Sponsored by Council Members Williams Brown, Willis, and Rao.
I motion that.
It's the first read.
The chair will entertain a motion.
It's the first read.
All right. Please sound the next item.
Next item is an item we added to the agenda. It's a resolution authorizing the City of South Fulton, Georgia, to enter into a memorandum of understanding with It's Electric LLC and for the lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Councilmember Reeves.
Councilman Reeves.
Yes, this is for It's Electric, who is going to be doing training over at the Parks and Recs program that they have coming up to provide trade. So I think that this is a good deal. It's something that is game-changing for the department as our directors doing things to better the community, so our community can have trades into which they can enter into effectuate, and this will be coming through that program. And It's Electric is a company, to my understanding, that is more than willing to provide that training to Parks and Recs.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilman Reeves and Director Turner, for bringing this important program to our city. Any discussion? Councilwoman Gums.
So, in the fiscal that was provided by Karen Slayton Dixon, it stated that there was no fiscal impact, but also at the same time in the contract it stated that they will invoice us each month for services rendered. Have we talked about what the scope of work is going to be and how much that will cost? It's not in there. So that's my question.
I'm sorry, you're directing that to Councilwoman Gums?
His director's coming down now, too.
Oh, okay. We have the director coming down.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So this was a part of my presentation I did in the work session about, a month ago, about my workforce development plan with It's Electric. Those funds will come out of our professional services line that I budgeted for. So that would come directly from my budget. And we're trying to do about 60 individuals aged 17 to 28, electrical engineering and HVAC. So we'll have 3 classes, 6 weeks. You'll be certified in electrical engineering and HVAC. So that's part of that presentation that I did about a month ago. But those funds are coming from my professional services line item. Okay. And I did tell, I think, the finance director where those funds will be drawn from. And the value is about $60,000.
Okay, that was my next question.
I'm sorry, I apologize. About $60,000. And I think that's a small investment when you're teaching kids 17 through 28, as that's a part of my reducing recidivism rates initiative. So that's a small investment to be certified in electrical engineering and HVAC. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Director Turner.
All right, thank you, Director Turner. Just to clarify, yeah, we think that number is fine. This item
friendly amendment. friendly amendment to the motion.
Can I finish my comment? Can I finish my comment?
And then I was in the queue.
Okay, and then I see you in the queue, Councilman Willis. I just wanted to clear up that it's just important that we get these in time, because the question wasn't necessarily where the funds were coming from, but how much the amount was, because we have one sheet of paper that said there was no fiscal impact, and we have another sheet of paper. And so now we have that. We will correct. Can you just make sure that the record is corrected, the public record is corrected for this, for the fiscal impact, Mr. Adams or Mr. Toms?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I would like to make a friendly amendment, and then I have a question. The question is, how will we get the information out about this program? Are you all going to have an application that we can share? You're going to put it out on your Instagram? Because what I'm hearing a lot is that people don't know what we are offering through our Parks and Recreation.
Sure. So we'll put it on all our social media platforms. I think I've already sent information to the council about it. I know I sent you all a lot of emails, so maybe perhaps that was one of them. But we're going to put it on all our social media platforms, and we're also going to do a registration process during our first night of our Midnight Basketball League, which is June the 2nd. We haven't created the flyer because we have to go through public affairs to do the flyer, so that's why we haven't started that process.
Okay.
yet.
Yes, you did talk to us about it. You did present it in your presentation, but we have no registration information. And so everybody not going to come to that midnight basketball because some people are going to be sleeping. So if we could get that registration information to share across the city, that would be great.
Sure.
The other, I want to make a friendly amendment to approve this. Since we didn't have a financial impact and you're saying $60,000, I would like to make a friendly amendment to approve this amendment not to exceed $60,000. And if you need more, specified for the Park and Recreation, okay, let me go back. Let me make it specific. I would like to make a friendly amendment to motion to approve the resolution authorizing the City of South Fulton, Georgia, to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Electric LLC for the amount not to exceed $60,000 from out of the Park and Recreation Division budget line.
Second, professional service.
Professional services budget line.
Second.
Okay, that amendment has been seconded. Motion and seconded. For Robert's rules clarity, there is no such thing as friendly amendments. Can we do this as a substitute motion?
Okay, I'll change my terminology and to say that this is a substitute motion that I'm making.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All right, seeing and hearing none, please, Mr. Clerk, call the vote.
It's a roll call vote. Councilman Morale?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis? Yes. Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett? That item was approved as amended.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
The next item is an additional add-on. It's a resolution authorizing the City of South Fulton, Georgia, on behalf of its fire department to apply for a lead hazard control and healthy homes hazard reduction program, grant funds in the amount of $4,400,000 and 0 cents from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and for other lawful purposes. And I believe they stated that the match was 15% for this grant.
The chair will entertain a motion to approve.
I moved that we approve as stated.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Dr. Rao.
I just want to clarify, this is a question for the city manager. I know we allocated a certain amount of money to serve as match for grants. Is that the source of funding for this For the match?
It's my understanding from the grant that it will take a little bit of time to go through the process to get approved through HUD. So if approved during this fiscal year, then we would use the allocated resources that are needed for the match. I'm not 100% sure if we get it all up front or have to pay and get reimbursed. So there's still a few items that need to be worked out once we get approved. Typically with these kind of grants, it could take several months before you're actually up and running.
Can Karen Slayton-Dix answer that question?
You're asking where the money's coming from?
Right, I want to verify, and I understand, depending on it when it falls, it may not be this fiscal year if it happens, you know, after October 1st, but if it happens this year, where is it slated to come from?
Yes, Councilman Rao, I mentioned in the beginning that the match funds, we budgeted $1 million in FY23. All that is gone.
Okay, so we still have money in that line item, and it would come from there.
No, we would have to pull it from prior year because the $1 million has already been allocated for other grants that have been already put on the table.
Okay, if we get it. Okay.
Correct. Yes.
All right, any further questions? All right, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
It's a motion to approve. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis? Yes. Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
That item was approved unanimously.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next item.
Next item is item 23. It's request council approval of a resolution to amend resolution number 2022-029, amending protocols for members of the public making comments. This was originally sponsored by Mayor Khalid.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor, in our last discussion regarding this, what the council agreed to do is to approve this only for amending the code for people who live in the city and people who have business in the city germane to the subject that is on the agenda.
I believe that suggestion was made last month. Was that not incorporated into the resolution, Attorney Hyman?
It has, as it relates to business owners, it reflects business owners, and they must be properly registered and in good standing with the city.
Correct,
yeah.
it seems to be.
Yeah.
So the changes were incorporated?
Yes.
All right.
All right. I move that we approve this measure.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
It's roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums? Yes. Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
That item was approved unanimously.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 24, and actually the next three items are overriding of the mayor's veto consideration. 24 is council consideration of override of the mayor's veto of council approval of an ordinance to amend section 1-3002, subsection M, executive session, chapter 3, mayor and council, title 1, administration, regarding the designation of an official person authorized to take the required minutes during executive session to prohibit the unauthorized recordation of executive session. This item was approved by council on March 28th.
I'd like to make a motion.
The chair
I'm sorry.
entertains
Excuse
a
me.
motion. Go ahead.
Are you ready?
The chair will
okay.
entertain a motion.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to override the mayor's veto for council consideration of the approval of ordinance to amend section 1-3002, subsection executive session, chapter 3, mayor and council of title 1, administration, regarding the designation of an official person authorized to take required minutes during executive session, to prohibit the unauthorized recording of the executive session. Also, I want to include the approval of the override of council consideration of the mayor's veto for council's approval of amending section 3.10A, role delineation, subsection 3 and 4.3, city clerk of the city of South Fulton charter, approved on May 28th, 2023. Also
March.
March 28th, 2023. Also to the council's consideration for override of mayor's veto of council approval of emergency ordinance declaring a state of an emergency in the city of South Fulton, providing for city meetings to be held virtually. And then also that same item would be 26C.
B.
Oh, I'm sorry, 26B, and then
Could we do the override separate, possibly from the new ones?
Okay, we'll do the override separate. Yeah. So those are my motions to approve override items 24, 25, and 26.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All right, I have discussion. I would like to start with the role delineation. Mr. Toms, is anyone from Human Resources available today?
I may be able to answer the questions.
Okay, what is the status of someone who is hired as a legislative specialist and reports to the city clerk or the city manager? What employment rights do they have to continue their employment after the council person who they originally served but never were supervised or hired by? What would be the employment rights of that employee? Are they considered a permanent city employee? Does their term expire with the term of the council person who did not hire and does not supervise them?
Well, let me clarify that statement. The person that is the elected official does sit in on the hiring process. The city manager has never hired and then said, here is your LS. So for clarification, the elected official is always part of the hiring process. The person is considered a full-time, but upon their hiring, my understanding is they are told that they are tied with that actual elected official. So when the elected official goes out, if we can find another position, we do that. However, they are tied with them, and I think we did send that to our HR attorney.
Correct.
All right, and then Attorney Hyman, is putting someone on verbal notice in an interview sufficient to sever any claims that they might have after the expiration of the council person for whom they are working, or with whom they are working?
I can answer that.
One, I'm not going to give that legal advice to the public, but from my understanding, they should classify you as an employee regardless.
All right, those are the concerns that I had. Dr. Rao?
He answered it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Clerk, seeing no further discussion, please. Oh, I'm sorry, because we're doing three at once. The next is for the approval declaring a state of emergency. What state of emergency are we declaring?
Mr. Mayor, I'm in the queue.
Councilwoman Pritchett.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. This is
I know, but
Completely
Mr. Otway, could you see? We don't have comments at this time. I'm so sorry, Mama Joyce. Mr. Otway will help and just elucidate whatever questions you have. He is coming forward right now. My chief of staff will help you with whatever questions you have. Okay, and oh, we're going to have Mr. Otway explain that to you. Okay, and so I'm sorry, I was at this question about what the state of emergency was, and I believe that you had the floor, Councilwoman Pritchett.
Yes. So with regard to state of emergency, although certain restrictions have been lifted generally, there are still people that, there are people in the audience right now that are wearing masks. There are people that may have a health issue on this council that from one time or another may want to do what they feel is the responsible thing by being present via the technology that we have. And that, in addition to from time to time, even today, some of us travel, some of us may be on the way and just running late. Things happen, and it's not for a point of convenience, but I think that from what I have observed from my colleagues, everyone is extremely eager to make sure that their voices that their constituents' voices are represented by using the technology that we have to be able to participate in these proceedings. And without this ordinance, they would not be able to do so. So for the purposes of practicality and participation, I would think that this is a good practical matter. And I yield.
All right, any further? Dr. Rao?
Yes, perfect example. I think somebody recently on our council just had COVID, and this ordinance allows for that council person to participate virtually. That's a perfect example. I think we just had that notification. And as we said before, our intent is to be in person, and we have been for months. But there have been situations where people have tested positive, and it gives them the ability to participate in our meetings, and we can continue to conduct the business of the city.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I would like some communication to go from our public affairs manager around this and what it does, because to calm the nerves of residents who are thinking that we are trying to do virtual meetings. This is simply a measure in place so we would not have to call a emergency special call meeting if an outbreak happens, or you know, I was at the Red Oak Festival this weekend, and Fulton County Health was there, and they said that there's a rise in COVID numbers again, but it's not being talked about. And people are not getting tested, and people are not taking the vaccinations. And so this measure is in place in case if we do have to meet virtually. And so we have been, as of January, having every work session and every regular council meeting in person. This is a measure, unfortunately, that we have to vote on every 30 days to have in place in case if we do have to meet virtually. And I've attended every meeting. I think most of us have attended every meeting in person since January. So I think we need some clarity and clarification and explanation to go out explaining this, that we all can share with our constituents. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? All right, Attorney Hyman, I am concerned. I think I hear everyone's points, but I am concerned that the Georgia Open Meetings Act is state law, and that the state declared an end of its state of emergency over a year ago. And I am not sure that we as a municipality have the right to declare an emergency that the federal government, the state government, and the county governments have all deemed to be over, or that we can have online and virtual meetings and not be in violation of the Georgia Open Meetings Act, especially since this legislature recently closed its session. And though amendments to the Georgia Open Meetings Act to allow for virtual meetings were proposed, they were not taken up and passed. But if you, in your prudence, believe that this is within the realm of Georgia Open Meetings Act, I just wanted to be clear on that.
Actually provided a memo to Mayor and Council in the past on this. If I look if something needs to be updated, but I've previously given a memo on this.
All right. And with that, I have no further questions. Councilwoman Pritchett.
I'd also like to make sure that the audience understand that although these mandates have been lifted by our state, the form in which they meet during a legislative session is condensed within a particular period of time. We meet more often than other legislative bodies. And so, you know, this measure, although it's not permanent and we have to continue to vote on it, I believe we need the flexibility because the manner in which we meet is just way more frequent, and there may be a time where we might have to use it.
All right, any further? All right, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Have a motion by Councilmember Gomes, second by Councilmember Willis for council to consider to override the mayor's vetoes as listed in item 24, 25, and 26. Roll call vote, Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis? Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember?
He said yes.
I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown?
Yes.
And Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Those items were overridden.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item, it's item added to the agenda. It's an ordinance declaring a state emergency in the city of South Fulton, providing for city meetings to be held virtually, providing for an effective date for the lawful purposes. Sponsored by Councilmember Rao.
All right,
I move
Mr.
that
Clerk.
we approve.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve ordinance 2023-002, declaring a state of emergency in the city of South Fulton, provided for city meetings to be held virtually, provide for effective date and for other lawful purposes.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none. Mr. Clerk, please roll call vote. And if Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown, if you can hear us, we have the screen up, so if you would just like to raise your hand to identify your affirmative or put a thumbs down, your denial, we can record it that way without you having to go back and forth with your microphone. All right, please call the vote.
Okay, I have Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes? Yes. Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
I saw Councilmember Sebastian had his thumb up.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Sebastian. You too,
Okay.
I'm sorry. Missed you right next to me.
Councilmember Reeves?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember
Yes.
Pritchett?
Yes.
That item was approved unanimously.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
The next item was an add-on item, a resolution promoting administrative clarity, regulating events, amending Resolution 2019-05, and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Councilmember Williams Brown.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
Yes, I move that the council approve the amendment to Resolution 2019, I think it's -052, regulating special events.
Second.
All right, it has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
All right, Councilwoman Williams.
I guess, Mr. Palms, there was a lot of discussion around the special, or that event that happened, well, that was supposed to occur on the 15th, originally supposed to occur on the 9th. And according to the documentation that I have received, and the entire council have received all of the documentation as well, on the 9th, although the park director stated that the event was not approved, the special permit was not being issued because of inclement weather, there still was not, even though it was inclement for, he said it was inclement weather purposes, the permit still was not going to be issued because according to all of the documentation that I read, that there was no security plan in place, there was still a lot of processes that wasn't approved. And so, due to inclement weather, what was explained to this council, it was canceled, but there was supposed to be a rescheduled date. And there was also a citywide event going on, Fun Day at Sandtown, and there was no approval for various reasons according to this email. And so can you please explain, because someone invited media again to talk about this. Nobody on this council invited Channel 2, Channel 5, A&F, all those stations that came to the park to discuss this matter. Nobody on this city council, not districts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, invited media, and we didn't invite Channel 11 that's here today to talk about this issue. Nobody invited the media, and nobody went to the media and talked to the media. Nobody on the city council canceled the events. From my understanding, the denial came from the park director, and the park director denied it because protocol wasn't followed. There was no security plan in place. I did see an email that the organizer, that the mayor's office reported to you, the city manager, the mayor's office reported to you that the organizer was not intending to hire any security, and that was dated for the 14th, the day before this event was to happen. I'll just let you go ahead and explain, but I just want to ask one question. The park director, can he come up here too, because he's involved in this as well? I just want to ask two specific questions.
Councilman Willis, if I may, I can keep it pretty simple.
Well, let me ask you these questions. Did anyone on the city council tell you or your staff to cancel this event?
They did not, but for clarification, the event coordinator canceled the event that was to take place on Easter. That was at their request because the temperature dropped. The rescheduling of the 15th is where there was some conflicts in the park, and that deferred to the park director, but the original date of the 9th was canceled by the coordinator themselves.
So let me be specific. Did anyone on the city council, someone is speaking out and disrupting our meeting. Someone is disrupting our meeting.
I'm going to ask, we have a civility pledge, we have a decorum ordinance. I'm going to ask the people in the audience.
Right, thank you.
I know that this can be challenging, this process, but I will just ask you to trust the process, and we will be able to speak after the meetings. I will listen to all of your concerns after the meeting, but we do ask you to just, this is the point of the meeting where you all have spoken, and now it is time for the council and our staff to speak. But your concerns will be heard, if by no one else, definitely by me at the end of this meeting. All right, Councilwoman Willis, I'm sorry for that interruption. Please continue.
Thank you, Mayor. So, for clarity, did anyone on this city council request for this event to be canceled on the 9th or the 15th?
I don't have any documentation of that.
Did anyone on the city council ask Chief Meadows not to provide security for this event on the 9th or the 15th? Because this is what was put out in the community.
I have no evidence of that.
And I would encourage people to do, which we already know have already been done, to read your open record requests and read your text message requests. That did not occur, and that's what was reported. We have no jurisdiction. It is not in our purview unless a special permit is brought before this council to be voted on to cancel any events. And I think it was very disingenuous for any member of this city council to put that information out and to tell people in the public. I couldn't even get through my Stop the Violence rally event without people asking me, did the city council cancel that event? because a person on this council put in their newsletter, reported to the media that this council had played a part in that. Now, we were informed about the events that was going on. We were informed that protocol wasn't followed. We were told, we knew what was going on, but not any of us directed anybody, the city manager or anyone, to cancel the event. That falls in the purview of the park director and the city manager office, and then the chief job is to enforce our ordinances. Now, I'll turn that over, I'll go back to you, and I'm gonna ask Mr. Toms, can you please explain what happened? You have the park director here and you have the police chief here. And you also have Channel 11 here because they were invited here to hear this discussion. Not by anybody on this council, not by districts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7. I'm not sure why they're here, but they're here.
I would defer those questions to the park director since he was directly involved.
Sure. Thank you, I appreciate that. So let me be clear. I think it's very important, let me be clear. In order for you to counsel something, it has to be approved. The event that was canceled, it was a city-wide event at Sandtown Park. Right. That was canceled due to rain. I canceled that event due to rain. That was the event that I canceled, right? That was a city-wide event. I canceled the event. The next week we had it, it turned into a carnival. It was in Dr. Rao's at Sandtown. So that's the event that I specifically canceled due to rain because there was 90% chance of rain the previous week. So the process works like this. I don't get the information until my admin manager, Joan Troops, give it to me and it says I sign off on it. I never received the final documentation. I never received anything in my hand that says, okay, now we're seeking approval from the director. I never received it, ever, ever. No, there was no time that I received some information that said, okay, Tanard, it's time for you to approve this event. I never received it. So you can't cancel what was never approved. I want to be very clear. I canceled the event that was prior to that, which was a city event at Sandtown Park. I never canceled the Easter egg hunt because it has to be approved.
Mr. Turner, I saw an email that went directly to the mayor's office saying that the event at Burdette Park was going to be canceled because of conditions of the field. The Burdette Park, the Sandtown event was supposed to happen on Saturday.
Sure.
The event, the other event was supposed to happen on Sunday, and I saw an email go out that it was not going to happen because of the conditions of the field and because of inclement weather.
Sure.
So something did go out saying that that event could not occur.
Sure. I sent the email out to council, I think. I'm not sure about the conditions of, maybe I didn't. I think I sent it, I know I sent it to Mr. Tom saying that the conditions of the field, but that was for the city event. That was for the city event at Sandtown Park.
Okay.
I sent the email out saying that we were gonna cancel because it was 90% chance of rain.
So was there ever any communication with the organizer that that event on Sunday was going to be canceled?
I never, about our event, the city event?
No, the organizer. What we've been all over the news about is this Easter egg hunt that we supposedly canceled, this council supposedly canceled.
I never had a conversation about anything being canceled because it has to be approved. I mean, I keep saying it has to be in order for me to cancel it, I would have to have some type of documentation that says that, okay, Joan Troop would come in there and say, Tanard, it's time for you to approve it.
So you had no permit, basically?
I had nothing, I had nothing to sign, off on, because I'm just the first step. After it goes to me, then it goes to public safety, and Chief Meadows will have to sign off. So before it didn't even get to him because it never got to me, if that makes any sense. I never got a paper that says, okay, is everything okay? We're ready to go.
So when I do a special event I typically submit a facility request.
Exactly.
It goes to you.
Exactly.
You come back and tell me whether or not what is needed.
Exactly.
And then it goes to chief of police.
Exactly.
Nick Williams usually calls me and tell me whether or not officers are needed or have to be paid for.
Exactly.
And if it's not a city event being that it's more than 2 council members or it's coming out of the park and recreation budget.
Exactly.
We've already talked about, we planned it.
Exactly.
Then the organizer has to pay for security.
Exactly.
Based on the security plan.
Sure.
And once that security plan is submitted from the chief and the officer's payment and is secured, then I'm told whether or not my event is approved to move forward. Never had a problem, never had my events, and I don't wait till the last minute to plan my events. I get everybody in the room.
So normally we start planning these events, 4 or 5 months in advance to make sure all those I's are dotted and T's are crossed. So Chief Meadows never received anything because I'm the first line of defense. But I have to sign on it prior to him even getting it. So I wouldn't have signed off on it because I never got the finished product based on the criteria that I needed to do so.
Chief Meadows, is there a reason, can you explain why it was a decision to cancel the event on the 15th? Because we didn't start seeing emails about what was going on. Did you all get email?
I started hearing we were on the news for mess.
I didn't see an email about this until probably the day of or something. I don't know.
Well, essentially what happens after the permit comes from Parks and Recs, my office gets it. Major Tamika Pitchett is responsible for going through and vetting through every permit application that comes into the police department. Once she determines that they've met the criteria to have an event from a public safety perspective, then they send it to me for my final review. And I look at the security plan, I look to see if Parks and Recs has signed off on it, or if it's CDRA. In some cases, CDRA gets the opportunity to review it, depending upon whether it's a parks facility or whether it's private, whether it's a private event. Then those things come to me, and I'm usually the last person to sign it. And then I will take a copy of that permit. I will give it to my personnel so that when they come out to these events, they'll have a copy of the application, so that if any part of that event violates the terms of that application, then typically we'll just shut it down. But at the end of the day, I never received an application for that particular event.
Okay, my last question, and I yield because I know my colleagues may have questions. When vendors come into the park, no matter what they may be charged, does a person, before they charge vendors to set up and sell items in that park, does that company typically have to have a business license with this city?
So
how does that work?
So I'm not sure, I think, you want to?
So they do have to have a permit. Each one of the individual vendors has to have a permit. And so in this particular case, if they had 8 vendors, then we would have to go back and get that vendor list. Each one of those individuals would have to have their own individual insurance in the event that something happens. And we've confirmed that with our risk manager to make sure that the appropriate vendors have the appropriate paperwork, because at the end of the day, if we sanction the event, then the city becomes liable. And so it becomes our position then to push that liability to the event organizers, which is where it should be, so that, as we move forward, we can make sure that we have the best protocols in place.
So this stuff has been going on for 4 years, my understanding, and it's another event that happens by this organizer, and I think I've attended some in the past. You were hired and started with the city last November, correct? And you were on board when some of the events happened previously as the assistant park director. So can you explain what changed from 4 years ago to now, and why there is stricter protocol? I know GERMA is one reason, because GERMA has put all of us on notice that we have to stop taking risks.
Sure.
does the park ordinance say something about vendors? Because I was told, we sponsored the park ordinance that vendors have to be approved by the park director.
Sure.
So it does have to have a special permit, and they have to be approved by you, the park director. Can you talk about what changed from then to now, and what does the ordinance say about vendors? Thank you.
So my previous position was actually the rec manager. The previous director, of course, was Mr. Phillips. He kind of dealt with that, the logistics surrounding that. So I really wasn't, my previous role, I was only dealing with recreation. So I can only attest to the last 6 months. I've developed a series of SOPs. My responsibility as the Director of Parks and Recreation and Cultural Affairs is to protect the assets of the city of South Fulton. So when I'm looking at ordinance and SOPs, I'm ensuring that we're ethical and moral in terms of how we're doing things. So one of the things that I did, I took a look at all the ordinance and the SOPs and try to create, to make sure that I'm just protecting the city's assets. The ordinance states that the Parks and Recreation Director has to have a list of vendors. I have to approve the vendors, and specifically, I have to know what they are selling. And the reason why we do that is because, let's just say you have an event, and I hadn't approved the vendors, and they're selling alcohol. So what happens is Chief Meadows and his team will go out there and say, okay, this is you're not a vendor on the list, and if you are a vendor, you say you was going to be selling bug spray, but you're selling alcohol. I have to specifically approve. I have to see a list of vendors, and I have to approve specifically what they're selling. We have to know what they are selling when it comes to City of South Fulton property, because we're liable. If somebody go out there and get sick, they're going to sue the City of South Fulton. So I have to specifically know that you're selling what you say you're going to be selling. So that's the reason why the council put that in the ordinance. So I will be held responsible for anything that they're selling they're not supposed to sell, if that makes any sense.
What I would like to ask, I do see some room for improvement, but what I would say that as prominent as my family is in Savannah, come from a long line of public servants, I can't show up in Savannah and do what I want to do in the park.
Sure.
I got to follow protocol, and if I show up and do what I want to do, Van Johnson gonna be calling me saying, Helen, what's up?
Sure.
So what I would like to see is a checklist of what needs to happen when people come in and want to do events, a checklist of what needs to happen so they can better understand, everybody can better understand of what needs to happen in order to get approved for events. I think that would be very helpful. I do see room for improvement. I think we should learn from this. What happened 4 years ago, I'm going to be honest, I saw some things that shouldn't have happened 4 years ago. I mean, not 4 years, well, yeah, 4 years ago, but I just didn't say anything, trying to ignore stuff because people were having a good time. And so, but I'm not going to go there. What I'm going to say is that we got to move forward, and we got to make sure that the rules are clear for everybody, the organizers and everybody on this council, because I guess everybody don't get it, and I would like to see a checklist for the public, for people who come in and want to apply for events. They have a checklist of things that must be done and approved, and then we need a checklist, and I'm in agreement that we probably just need to start bringing things that's going to be large gatherings, and that's going to require, security and, resources. We need to make sure, we probably need to bring it before council so we can make sure everything on that checklist is adhered to.
Okay.
Is that okay, city manager? Because this is, but I do not appreciate being lied on. I don't appreciate my colleagues being lied on. Because this never did come before the council. We never did vote. We heard about a bunch of mess. We were put out in newsletters that it was politics, and we directed y'all to cancel this. And I think that was very unfair to each of us. Thank you.
Councilwoman Pritchett.
So what I'd like to say for the edification of the audience and everyone watching and the residents of our city, just to make sure that you're clear on our roles. As a council member, we are not responsible for the daily operations of the city. That falls within the purview of the city manager and the departments and the staff. So when events are planned, there's different processes and protocols for events to go through. Now, on Saturday, I had an event myself. I had a Coffee with a Cop event at Acts 2 Church. I was told about the Easter egg event, and I even would have attended myself. However, I didn't know anything else other than the fact that it was happening. So I just want people to understand that as a council member, if there's an issue during the process and it's your particular district, then people can bring these issues to us, and we can try to have conversations through our city manager and, through the chain of command to try to resolve issues. However, it is not the council's part to know all these different events that are going on. We all schedule events well ahead of time. We're all in different places. A lot of us mind our business. Most of us really do, because we have a lot going on. And so what I'm trying to say is, I don't want the public to take the attitude or the opinion that we're against certain things. We have roles to play. I don't do the police's job. I don't do the park director's job. I don't do the city manager's job. And so just understand that when you try to look at wanting leadership, wanting this, wanting that, I stay in my lane so that I can be effective in the role that I have to play. And we certainly, as Councilwoman Willis said, we have learned things from this. We've discussed these things kind of ad nauseum. Everybody, I believe, has had conversations and inquiries and done their own kind of investigations. But at the end of the day, we really want to have positive events and positive things in our communities, but we have to do it the right way, and we have to assist our businesses, we have to assist our citizens, and we're trying. And we're going to improve on this process, but we're going to adhere to it strictly as well. I yield.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams-Brown.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A couple of comments. The first one being that to the extent that this moment is a challenge, as the mayor has so eloquently chosen to call it, it is a challenge because two people who had not followed proper procedures, did not have approvals, did not have permits, did not have insurance, did not have security hired, chose to make a media spectacle rather than put on their big boy britches and tell people that they failed to do what they were supposed to do to make this happen. Which, if we are honest, is completely in keeping with the constant running to the media to accuse this council of this, that, and the third. And I regret that I am not there in person, because I would love to have an in-person on-camera conversation with 11 Alive and put in their hands the documents showing what exactly happened and the order in which it happened. Because as Councilwoman Willis has stated several times now, we all have the emails and we all know what happened. The second thing I would like to say is to everybody hooping and hollering and screaming, what about the kids? Let's have a conversation of what about the kids? What about the kid who paid $25, at least according to the emails the mayor's office sent to the parks director, saying that children vendors were charged $25? What about the kid who was selling a pickle and a drink for $2, which means he would have needed to make 12 sales just to break even, but had no insurance to do that? And the tent that he was using, or the table that he was using, or any equipment that he had collapsed on him at an unapproved, unpermitted, uninsured event. What if Big Mama had been out there with her grandkids and tripped over a crack in the sidewalk and broke her leg? Or Pawpaw had had a stroke out there walking around in the park at an unapproved, unpermitted, uninsured event? Because then the hooping and the hollering and screaming would be, why did the city allow this event to happen when they knew it was unapproved, unpermitted, and had no insurance? But see, that's not the conversation that you can get 2, 5, 11, and 46 to run to the park to do a story on. Because we care about the kids when we're trying to have a party and trying to make money and trying to sell things and claiming that we care about the community. But we seemingly don't care about the kids when it comes time to think about the liability and the lawsuits that would hit this city if anything happened at this event. Why are we needing pieces of paper? Why can't we just have the event? Because everybody is litigious. Everybody is looking for a payday. At least once a week, we get something from somebody suing the city because they think they have the case and they see dollar signs and think because it's the government, they're about to get paid. And Mayor, you were on the call with GERMA. You know what they told us about reducing our liability, reducing our exposure to risk. But rather than do things right, you chose to put through incorrect paperwork on March 16th that never got corrected, have staff spend hours of time sending emails, trying to get information, trying to get things right at the last minute, which incidentally, neither one of you said that the reason stuff gets approved at the last minute is because it is received at the last minute. And because you're trying to put something through what takes 30 to 45 days to do correctly in 2 weeks. But see, that doesn't play for the cameras. You can't get people riled up to come scream at the council by telling them you were wrong. You didn't do what was supposed to be done. And we all know it, We all have it. And best believe the next person that wants to claim I did anything is going to get a copy of it. So yes, I'm putting this amendment through because it is clear and very clear that this council needs to see everything that's being put on in any part of this city, because this council is who's going to be sued and going to be named and going to have to go to court and going to have to defend anything that happens at any event if anything goes wrong. And if my name's gonna be on a lawsuit because people want to get paid, I want to see what's going on. All of this rigmarole took up countless hours of staff time that was needed to handle the priorities of this city, but they couldn't do it because they were trying to manage the mess, once again, made by people who are committed for reasons none of us understand to doing wrong. So yes, and I'm sure that you're going to veto it when it passes, and we're going to have to override the veto. But if we're going to be liable for things that happen on city property at city events, we're going to see it and we're going to approve it, so that when Germa calls us the next time about our liability and our risk exposure, we can say we did what we were supposed to do as a council to protect the assets of this city. And while that may not mean anything to you, Mayor, it means a lot to me. Because as Councilman Reeves says all the time, our primary obligation is fiduciary. And as long as I'm in this seat, I am going to exercise my fiduciary responsibility to this city and to those residents who appreciate a council that is trying to ensure things are being done the right way. By the book, above board, with every I dotted and every T crossed. And I yield.
Thank you for your comments, Mayor Pro Tem Williams-Brown. Councilman Sebastian. Councilman Sebastian, if you are speaking, you are muted. Councilman Sebastian going twice. We're going to come back to you. I'll check again after we hear from Dr. Rao. Did you have a second set of questions or comments?
Just generally, I don't want to rehash what's been said, but I'm going to thank our staff for doing their job, because our responsibility is fiduciary. I just think about the fact that on April 11th, we had a special called meeting to approve a permit for the parade that went down Old National for a 9-year-old. Mayor, you set the agenda. If you knew about this event, it should have been on the agenda. You can't go anywhere in any city and not have a permit. This is not confusing. So a couple people said, this is not confusing. I don't even recall having an event in the 6 years we've been a city where we've had to deal with something like this. You have to follow the process, period. And that's all I got to say about it.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? Oh, Councilman Sebastian. We are coming to you again, Councilman Sebastian. Okay. Councilwoman Gums.
No, I guess this goes to you, John Toms. Is the process outlined on the website as far as how to obtain a permit, how to do an event, or anything of that nature? Is that a FAQ section?
I don't know if it's currently out there as a question and answer, but it is something that the internal committee that's looking over the policy to try to streamline it is working on enhancing the website.
Okay, and also too, the application for special events, is that on the website as well, or is that they got to come to City Hall and apply for that? Do you have to come to City Hall and apply for that?
I'm not.
So through CDRA, if there's a way that we can streamline it and then possibly have all of that information on the website so people can easily access that information, that'd probably be easier. Even still, we still want to be a progressive city and provide that information.
I hear you, but it's been 6 years. We've never had this happen.
All right, thanks.
Any further comments? No, go ahead, Councilwoman Willis. It is. Okay. In the spirit of Proverbs 26:4, I am not going to debate every single point made tonight. I will, however, point out some contradictions that I have just heard. I heard some people being confused in their answers about a process. I heard that we're still waiting a memo from the city manager delineating the current process. I heard that earlier. I heard that I failed to do what was necessary to make an event happen, but then I also heard that it is not my job to make events happen. Every day I go into the office and we answer the phone and we listen to people and then we try to help. That is what happened in this instance. We answer the phone. Interim city manager, you will find out from several residents that that is a rare thing in City Hall for someone to answer the phone. But we answer our phones, and then we listen, and then we try to help. Now, my understanding that of the purpose of a special events process is to make sure that a facility is available and that there isn't a conflict, that the staff able to carry out the event are present, and that we have a security plan. So my office got this call from the organizer in February, 8 weeks before the event began. And they told us, Mayor, no one's answering the phone. We're trying to get some answers about our event. There was a question, so we're gonna go through those points of the process. One, the park was available on April 9th, on April 15th, and April 16th. It was available all of those days. There was no event. Well, there was an autism event, so let's be clear. There was an autism event that happened the entire time that multiple other events were happening, including the first egg hunt. But the first egg hunt concluded at 2 o'clock. It actually ended at 1:30. I was there. And this event did not begin until 3 o'clock. So the park was available. Check. The staff that has worked the event every year was available, and no additional staff have been requested. In fact, less staff was needed because we were told for months, both the organizer and myself, were told that the stage was not available, though it made multiple appearances that weekend and in the time since. And then lastly, there were these issues about insurance and security. And so that's actually how my office first got involved. Members of council have talked about a call that we had with GERMA, which is the insurance agency we use through the Georgia Municipal Association. And they are partially correct. We have been in danger of having our coverage dropped, not because of park events, but because of excessive police chases, though we have a no chase policy, and excessive police crashes that is available by open records request. But I was still concerned about insurance, so I talked to Mr. Stan Deese, who is our insurance agent for the city, and he assured me that if I sponsored the event, the same GERMA coverage that covers me would extend to the vendors of the city. And I'm going to ask that council is as quiet, as respectful as I have been. Then we were told that there was an issue with security. We were given a security plan that was written up by the parks lieutenant. We were told at that time that the city did not have officers available to staff the event, although there were many officers there to make sure that no one entered the event and were ticketed if they tried. But nonetheless, we were told that there was no staff available. So again, we got on the phone because we are trying to help. So we got on the phone with the Clayton County Sheriff's Office, and I want to say a special thank you to Clayton County Sheriff LaVon Allen for sending 4 officers whom we had agreed to contract with and pay. It is practice that is common throughout our city in bars and restaurants that, you know, if City of South Fulton police officers are not available, that post-certified officers could be available. So we tried to secure insurance. We tried to secure officers. We tried to help. And I would like to say thank you for the other people in the city that did try to help, including Fire Chief Chad Jones. We called him when the event was scheduled. He said, no problem, Mayor, we'll get some folks out there. And we had a fire engine, we had emergency services there at no cost. It should not go unnoted that the fire department never charges when they send people out to these kinds of events, and we thank you for that. Chief Jones, we know that that may change. We're going to try and get some funding, but we do thank you for that. I too want to move forward, and so my admonition is that to the city, our new incoming city manager, that you would work with us to help us create a culture of help. I've heard a lot of people talk about forms and processes and things, but this event happens every year. It has happened every year since 2018, with the exception of the pandemic. So the city has been on notice. The city was on notice the day after Easter of 2022 that Easter 2023 was coming. They were on notice for a year. And then our office was contacted. Our office was contacted in February. So I just want to create a culture of help. You know, people call our office and we tried to help. And we filled out 3 different event applications. I'm not going to like pull our staff into a public inquisition about who did what, because I don't think that that's fair. And I just don't think this is the time or place to do that. But I have heard from 3 department heads a parks director, a police chief, and a city manager. Each one of them makes at least $150,000 a year. Our parks director oversees 40 to 50 staff, maybe more. Our police chief, 150 or so or more police officers, and our city manager, 13 department heads, all who make 6 figures, and 500 city employees. So it concerns me that an event that happens annually, as Juneteenth does, as Labor Day does, as our city anniversary does, an event that happens annually, that a staff of 500 with a $172 million budget could not figure out how to help make an event happen. I want us to create a culture of help. I don't want people to call my office and say, Mayor, we're calling you because no one's picking up the phone. We're calling you because we can't get a meeting. We're calling you because we can't get an answer on this. We're calling you because we can't get help for an event for children. And I do sincerely hope that we can do that and that we can help wonderful people like Tori Tomlinson. I do want to say that I did not call the media. They called me. They actually showed up on April 9th. They showed up again on April 15th because they follow Tori Tomlinson. He has produced the most well-attended events in our city. He has never had an incident of violence. People have been shot and killed at other events in our city, but never at a Tori Tomlinson Old National Entertainment event. He has brought state leaders and has just brought so much incredible positive attention to our city. And I should say the most well-attended events in our city before the one that we had here. We in the mayor's office know how to throw a good event. We had the most well-attended event in the history of our city right here in this room with Young Dro. We actually had to turn hundreds of people away. So we know how to do it if we get help, and I just want to create a culture of help here in our city. Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
So to continue to spew misinformation and say you want to help and you want to do things in a spirit of unity, stop putting out lies. Because not any one of us put on an event in the city where there was a shootout and somebody got killed in our park. And if you're referring to the Stop the Violence rally, and if you're referring to our resident, Ms. Shirley Stenbridge, who's been putting on an event in Welcome Park, who does go through the proper protocol, who does have a business license and a nonprofit, and who does pay what she needs to pay, that tragedy that happened last year had nothing to do with her event, and every news media outlet reported that, and I'm very proud of that. That was an incident that had nothing to do with her event. That was people showing up in the park and people having a dispute, and a tragedy, a gun violent tragedy occurred. So I will say that over and over again. So for you to sit here and say that any of us have had or been involved in any incident, had events in the park where shootouts and people have gotten killed occurred is a flat out lie. And stop doing it, Mayor, because it's not bringing us together. And people are tired of seeing us fight. Why were there no resources? Why did you sit here and you degraded our police chief because his officers have to be paid? Well, the fire department are not post-certified police officers. And if you go to any municipality, unless it is a voted on approved city event where it's coming out of their cities or their municipality budget, then officers have to be paid for, and the average rate for an officer is $50 to $60 an hour. And Sheriff LaVon Allen had no idea that there were officers here at an unsanctioned event on the 15th because he was burying his father. So for you to sit here and say that Sheriff Levon Allen had approved for 3 Clayton County sheriff deputies to come down here to work at an unsanctioned event out of their jurisdiction is not true. Because that same day, he was at his father's funeral. He had no idea this stuff was going on. But you sat here and thanked Sheriff Levon Allen for approving this when it was an officer, deputy named by Officer Christopher. And according to Chief Meadows, that you have to go through certain protocol to come out of a county, from Clayton County, to come in Fulton County to work. You called our sheriff and he told you that he had to send his resources to the jail. So you should know all law enforcement officers, they do talk. And if I have to get a statement from Sheriff Levon Allen to prove what you just said is not true, I will do it. Also, that particular day, while Chief Meadows, let's tell the truth, Mayor, said they were limited in resources because there were 3 city events, pre-planned city events going on. They had an event that required officers at Sandtown Park. They had an event out at Cedar Grove that required officers, and then they had a beautification project that required some security. So we had 3 events going on at the same time, and then you sprung this event on them at the last minute and requested for officers, and we got every email to show it. Then, as far as the certificate of insurance, that is not true. That is not what the risk manager said. Every email that we have said that there was no certificate of insurance, and the email did not say that they didn't need it because you said that this was your event, all of us, and that's not the way it works. And you just sat here and said you called Chief Jones and requested for officers. Well, the city manager sitting right there, and he said that he didn't know anything about that, and Chad reports to him, and according to the charter, we're not supposed to give staff direction and control. So that's a violation of the charter. So I hope Chad did not, well, he did, because you said he sent officers out there, because his boss said he didn't know anything about that request. And anytime I request anything of any department, I always go through the city manager, because the charter says we're not supposed to give people direction and control. I do want to move forward. And just because something happened every year, doesn't mean, according to the park director, people have been allowed to come in city of South Fulton and do what they want to do, not follow any protocol. And as the park director, he came in, he's putting certain SOPs in place. We're asking him to approve upon the process, put a checklist in place, and make sure all our I's and T's are dotted, because people are contentious. We have been lucky that nothing happened within the last 4 years. But I will tell you, and I'm trying to be very diplomatic and not put it out there, to say that nothing has ever happened with any of these events is not true. The very first year, 2017, that I got elected, there is an incident report, a police report, and there was actually somebody found dead in the park from an overdose. And that was in 2017. The reason they don't have knowledge of it, because we were still under Fulton County Police Department. It wasn't South Fulton. We hadn't transitioned over. And I know it happened because the report was given to the former mayor. And then at that point, that's when we asked the organizer to start coming in and putting proper security in places. I also have pictures of the tiki bars that was in the park, where alcohol was being sold out of the park. I still have those pictures. But see, I didn't put all of that out there. So that's why people are always on edge when certain events come up every year, because they don't want certain things to happen. And they know that certain things that is happening that shouldn't happen in these parks. I still have the tiki bar pictures. I still have the pictures where alcohol was being sold. All I gotta do is go pull the police report in 2017 from Fulton County Police Department and put that out there, but no, I'm being nice. While we're sitting up here being blasted and being blamed for stuff that we didn't do, I could have put a lot of stuff out there, but you went out there and you told the media that it was politics. We canceled the event because we didn't like you. You told people in the community that I canceled the event because, and I run this council. Everybody on here has their own mind. And we did not vote on this. We didn't know this mess was happening until 24 hours before it was happening, and I found out it was happening because you did make a call to the Fulton County Sheriff Office. The law, and the Fulton County Sheriff Office, when they have details, it goes to the Law Enforcement Division. And I don't have to tell you who's over the Law Enforcement Division. Sheriffs talk to sheriffs. Police officers talk to police officers. Do you think if you call out of this jurisdiction and ask for another sheriff office or another jurisdiction to come into the city of South Fulton, you think they're not gonna call our police chief and find out what's going on? Stop. The man just got elected. Please stop telling the untruth on Sheriff Lavon Allen. On April 15th, he was burying his father. He was at his father's funeral. He didn't know anything about this. I'm sorry. I want to move forward. I don't want this to ever happen again. The saddest thing about it is the kids got caught up in all of this. And everybody is right. The only person I do apologize to is the kids. Because if all the adults had gotten in the room and protocol was followed, the kids wouldn't have been hurt in this. So I ask that we please move forward, stop blaming and pointing fingers at each other. Thank you, staff, for doing your jobs. Thank you, Mr. Turner, for coming in and putting certain protocols in place and SOPs in place. Thank you, Chief Meadows. On that day, there were 3 city events, sanctioned events. And it was Sandtown, it was Cedar Grove, and it was a cleanup event at Cascade that was pre-planned, already on the books. You know, staff needs to do a better job with not planning all this stuff on one day. Like Saturday, we got 3 separate city events. Last weekend, we had 6 city events. That is absolutely ridiculous because it does stretch our public safety resources. Thank you.
Seeing and hearing no further comments, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
It's a motion by Councilmember Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown, and seconded by Councilmember Rao to approve. And this is item a resolution promoting administrative clarity regarding regulating events, amending Resolution 2019-05 and for other lawful purposes. Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao. Councilmember Gomes?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis? Yes. Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
That item was approved unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next item.
Next item is item 27 under Planning, Zoning, and Permits. Second reading, request council approval of ordinance to amend section 16-2015, eligibility for a license of Title 16, alcoholic beverages of the City of South Fulton, Code of Ordinances, related to eligibility of alcohol applicant, to amend section 16-2021, denial of application and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Council Members Willis and Rao.
I move that we approve the ordinance to amend section 16-2015, eligibility for license of Title 16 alcohol beverages of the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances.
The motion has...
I request to approve the text amendment to amend the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances related to complying with the changes to the zoning procedures law implemented by House Bill 1405. That's item 30.
So 27 and 30.
Yep.
It has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Roll call vote, Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian? Councilmember Reeves?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Clerk.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
Items 27 and 30 were approved unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound to the next item.
For the record, I will just sound number 28, which was the first reading of TA 23-002, an ordinance to amend the City of South Fulton zoning ordinance as amended for the purpose of amending the use table to allow for the assembly, banquet hall, or event center use in AG1. And then item 29 is the first reading as well of an ordinance to amend the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances and the City of South Fulton zoning ordinance by amending various sections of Title V, zoning and planning for the purpose of updating city procedures. Those were all first read.
Mr. Mayor.
All right. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
I have a question for Attorney Hyman. So some of my constituents are concerned that the way that this, I'm sorry, let me just pull it up, what I'm talking about. That the way that the ordinance TA 23-002 reads, they're thinking that this is changing the agricultural use to allow someone to be in the AG1, decide to purchase the land, and then have, say, an event, let me see, an event venue and call it the farm, or something to that extent. What I'm trying to clarify is that through this ordinance, or this amended ordinance, this would allow an agricultural area to have assembly, banquet hall, like where people may have they can have barbecues, they can have an event center, like say out on a lake or, something like that. Would you clarify that this does not change the AG1 to make it assembly banquet, but it allows it through special use?
Councilman Pritchett, if you allow, I'll let Mr. McClendon speak on that because he's the author or drafting that legislation.
This is the first reading, so you can give a copy of that.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. McClendon.
Thank you for that question. It would allow for a special use permit to allow an event facility in a district that is zoned AG1, agricultural.
Thank you.
All right, I see someone in the chat box. Is there someone else that has a question? All right, I do have a question, Mr. Attorney McClendon. The process of rezoning this parcel from AG1 to commercial or some other designation that already has the event item in it or the event use in it, does that take any less or any more time than the process that we're doing now to change the event uses for all of the agricultural parcels in the city?
Thank you for that, Mayor. I'm not sure what you mean when you say this parcel. The text amendment would apply to every parcel in the city that's zoned AG1, but it is the same amount of time to rezone a property as it is to amend the zoning ordinance via text amendment. That process is the same length.
Thanks. I mentioned it because I talked with, I'm generally in favor, Councilwoman Gums, of this agreement. I've talked with many farmers who believe that they want to create multiple streams of income, like they're all being encouraged to do that as farmers. And so I think the idea of allowing events on some agricultural parcels is a good idea. I do worry about the unintended consequences of allowing, but virtually by changing this, we would be allowing event halls on any parcel in the city that is deemed agricultural. And I would just be interested, if you're interested, in maybe creating a new zoning class, like an AG plus, that allows events, and then parcels that are interested in doing that could apply for such a zoning designation, and then put their neighbors on notice, just to make sure that what might be good for one or two parcels that are interested in doing this now is also good for all of the parcels across the city. But this is a first read, so we can have more of those conversations later. But thank you for talking with me about it earlier. Did you, Dr. Rao?
Just to clarify, just like any other, like, personal use that we would vote on, it doesn't mean that it applies across the board. They still would have to bring it back to the council and get approval for a special use permit. So and I do think it's good. It could promote agritourism and a number of other things in our city. It doesn't automatically apply. They still would have to petition the city via special use permit.
Is that correct? Is a thumbs up? That's correct?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Mr. McClendon, thank you for that clarification, Dr. Rao. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 31. We're in the real estate. Request council approval of a resolution to authorize the use of eminent domain to acquire real property interests necessary to complete the sidewalk project for Old National Highway, Project T265, Parcel 31, to authorize the city of South Fulton, Georgia to condemn said property interests where necessary. Acquisition cost is $6,200.
Wait, I'm sorry. We did 27 and 30.
Correct.
And then we just did 28. Did we do 29?
No, those were first read. We did, the first read were 28 and 29.
Okay, they're both, okay, perfect. All right.
Yeah, 31.
Is there any, first the chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the council's approval of resolution to authorize the use of eminent domain to acquire real property interests necessary to complete the sidewalk project for Old National Highway, Project T265, Parcel 31, to authorize the city of South Fulton, Georgia to condemn said property interests where necessary. Acquisition cost is, what is that, 6.2?
$6,200.
Oh, $6,200. Districts 6 and 7. And then also too, I want to approve the council's approval of a resolution to authorize the use of eminent domain to acquire real property interests necessary to complete the sidewalk project for Old National Highway, Project T65, Parcel 37, to authorize the city of South Fulton, Georgia to condemn said property interests where necessary. Acquisition cost is $6,450, District 6 and 7.
So moved.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? I do have a question. Acting City Manager Toms, for our Public Works Director, Mr. Valenzuela. It was mentioned during public comment that, and it has come up multiple times, so as often as it comes up, I would like to have it addressed publicly, that there was $4 to $6 million that was supposed to be transferred from the county for these sidewalks. Could you elucidate that for our audience?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and President of the City of South Fulton. I'm not aware of any resolution or anything that Fulton County had committed to transferring any capital funds for this project.
Okay, and there were no T-SPLOS funds that were collected, or there were no funds that were ever collected, no tax dollars that were ever collected for Old National Highway from Fulton County?
This project is federal funded, so there's no T-SPLOS funds allocated or associated with this project.
Okay. Again, there was never any money collected from Fulton County taxpayers for sidewalks on Old National.
No, Fulton County had a capital program back before 2017, where the county will budget prior 2017, many years before, for capital projects. So there was a bag of funding for capital projects that we were doing back then.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hearing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
It's a roll call vote to approve items 31 and 32. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes. Yes. Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves.
Right.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes.
And Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
Items 31 and 32 were approved unanimously.
All right, thank you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is public safety. This is a request council approval to amend a resolution to authorize the creation of a nonprofit foundation in honor of firefighter Felix M. Roberts to aid, support, and assist the City of South Fulton Fire Department.
I move that we amend the resolution to authorize the creation of a nonprofit foundation in honor of firefighter Felix M. Roberts to aid, support, and assist the City of South Fulton Fire Department. Secondly, to approve a resolution to direct the Chief of Police to explore the implementation of a mental health co-responder program. Thirdly, to approve a resolution for the City Council to create the South Fulton Police Citizens Academy. And finally, request approval of an ordinance to amend Title 13 Fire Protection and Prevention, Chapter 5 Emergency Management Services of the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances for the purpose of amending the city regulations related to emergency management.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on these items? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
So motion to approve items 33, 34, 35, and 36. Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
Those items were approved unanimously.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is a first reading of an ordinance to amend Title VI Health and Sanitation, Chapter 2, Solid Waste Ordinance of the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances for the purposes of amending the city's regulations related to shopping plazas and for other purposes. This is sponsored by Councilmember Willis.
This is the first read, but if anyone, I would ask the city attorney to go back and add for daily fines instead of just a fine. Whenever trash cans, receptacles are found unemptied, and then for litter or shopping plaza litter is found in the parking lot. And just to briefly, because we need, I don't want to belabor it, this is the first read. This is in response to the property owners of shopping plazas not keeping our shopping plazas litter-free. I've had one property owner, shopping plaza property owner, to actually remove all of the trash receptacles out of the plaza because they didn't want to be responsible for emptying the trash. Yes, And now people are throwing trash all over the parking lot and trash in the shopping plaza walking areas because they have nowhere to put trash. So this ordinance will mandate that they now have to put trash receptacles for every 2 businesses in a shopping plaza, keep the trash receptacles empty when full, and keep the trash picked up in the parking plaza. If we can go to other areas throughout Metro Atlanta in shopping and clean and pristine shopping plazas, we should not be treated any other way here in the city of South Fulton. The tenants are paying I think one tenant told me they're paying close to $7,000 a month in rent. And so if you have a shopping plaza such as Publix, Sandtown, you can imagine what those property owners are making.
Oh, they clean that.
Right. So we need that respect for all of our plazas throughout city of South Fulton. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
All right, we're on item 38, which is the last action item. Well, it's the first read as well of an ordinance repealing and replacing Ordinance 2019-027 to amend Title 14 Environment, Chapter 12, Single-Use Plastics Regulations of the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances for the purpose of banning single-use plastics in the City of South Fulton and for other lawful purposes. This is the first reading, and this is sponsored by Councilmember Gomes.
Yes, this is the first read, and I do have a couple of quick points. We've already banned single plastic use in the city of South Fulton. The amendment only makes it more enforceable. One of the things that we are in the process as of doing right now is that we're encouraging businesses and business owners to reach out because we're not banning all plastic as people are concerned about, because there is I want to be clear that the amendment does not seek to ban all plastic, but certain plastic, which is contained in PET and HDPE, which is widely used and recyclable, and in most fast food restaurants today will not be banned in our city. So we had 3 years to educate our businesses on the ban, and 3 years it was ignored. There are some shopping plazas that do comply with the law. But this is an opportunity. I've heard that, of course, we have a young city, which it is a good thing, because at this point in time, we can actually curb behaviors. And also, too, we want to have a green city designation. There are a lot of things and a lot of environmentalists that are on this council, and we are really trying to improve our city and also the quality of restaurants and businesses that come into our city. So if anyone has any questions, I do encourage you all to reach out. I know I've spoken with some of my council members as well. I do want to express that I've heard from some business owners who are concerned about the increase in price for their recyclable, but also too, we are working with the finance department to offer anywhere from 5 to 7% on renewal discounts for business owners as well if they are in compliance. So we do think about that as well. And then also too, creating a waiver for small businesses and also new businesses that are coming into the city that have revenue under $100,000. So there are things that we are doing. We have spent a year actually reviewing this legislation. We have talked to other cities. The city of Miami has been very successful as well. So we are really trying to find a way to curb behavior in the city of South Fulton. So I do encourage my colleagues to please reach out if they have any questions. And if there are business owners that would like additional questions answered, please feel free. And we will have workshops as well in the process of trying to move this legislation forward. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments, questions, concerns, queries, allusions, disillusions, hallucinations? All right. We have reached the end of our agenda, just 10 minutes behind schedule. I will entertain, the chair will entertain a motion to go into executive session or adjourn.
I move that we adjourn.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Thank you all for coming out tonight. Thank you, council, for getting us out the same day our meeting starts. And
We got to vote on that.
we're going to take a vote now. Mr. Clerk, we'll just do it by a show of hands.
Well, Councilmember Sebastian and Williams, okay, they voted in the affirmative.
Yes.
So that is unanimous. We are adjourned at 8:41 p.m.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening.
Oh my God. It's before 9 o'clock. Oh my.